of higher education institutional system to realize the goals of constant improvement of academic and administrative performance of educational institutions. Internal quality assurance cells can promote measures for institutional functioning towards the quality enhancement, and we are very happy our college internal quality assurance cell always trying to fulfill such type of objective of NAC towards the higher educations in the country. On this occasion, again on behalf of the IQAC, I welcome all honorable resource persons, Brahmakumari Suman from Rajasthan, India, Miss Shemina from Sri Lanka, Kethumanan Ramata from Malaysia, Kamal Rigmi from Nepal, all chairpersons of the respective session, then advisory body, all members, students, researchers, and all those who participating in this webinar. I wish a grand success to this webinar. Once again, I welcome you all on behalf of the college, Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj Nasik, to this webinar. Finally, I wish all the best for the truthful discussion to this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable thoughts and guiding us on the occasion of international webinar. Now, I request our honorable principal of this international webinar, Global Impact of COVID-19 on Commerce and Economy, Dr. J.D. Sonkaskar ma'am, to proceed for her inaugural speech and welcome address. Respected Principal Madam of our college, Dr. J.D. Sonkaskar ma'am. Please join the webinar and guide us on this occasion of international webinar. Dr. Sonkaskar ma'am of our principal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, madam, yes.
Thank you, madam. Hello, friends. Good morning. On the occasion of international webinar organized by Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samajas, Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Kondaji Vaure, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Shirpur, Nasik. I welcome all delegates, resource persons and participants. Firstly, I congratulate our team of webinar for organizing discussions through this webinar on the burning issue, global impact of COVID-19. It is well known that whole world is facing a critical situation due to this pandemic. From last January, we are facing many problems and trying to overcome from this situation. But up to the date, the problem seems to be little diluted. All the fields of world economy and trade is affected by this issue. Human lives are in critical situation. All the population of the world is afraid of the COVID infection. Many people affected, many of them could not survive from this infection. Everywhere lockdown declared to protect people from infection. WHO and health sector, if every country is trying to overcome from this critical situation. Scientists are trying to find out vaccines. Government is trying to vaccinate people to bring situation under control. All the sectors of economy like finance, banking, insurance, agriculture, industry, tourism, transports are affected this pandemic. Many people lost their employment. Migrated laborers are facing many problems. Day-to-day life, the people is in difficult situation due to lockdown. All the government authorities are trying for favorable financial policies after lockdown. Unlocking procedure is started step by the government for normal routine. All of us are known with your interaction discussion of this issue. I know you are all studied and knowledgeable persons. I have confidence that output of this webinar will be surely fruitful. I am very thankful to Savitribai Phule Pune University and our mother institute for giving permission for organize this international webinar. I wish all the best to all resource persons and chairmen for their contribution in the field. I also wish the best of the organizers and all participants. I am sure that you all will be definitely get very valuable thoughts through this webinar. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for expressing and sharing your invaluable thoughts and providing us with valuable inputs and facts and motivating us for organizing this international webinar on such relevant theme. Now, we are coming to the concluding part of inaugural session. I request my colleague, Dr. Asha Sonone, for vote of thanks of this inaugural session.
Good morning, everyone. On the occasion of this international webinar organized by IQAC and Department of Commerce and Economics on behalf of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Kondaji Vaure, Arts, Science and Commerce College, SIDCO, Nashik, I express deep gratitude towards Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune, for giving us permission for this webinar. I also express our in-depthness to our institute, Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, our Sarchitnis Honorable Nilimatai Pawar, our President Honorable Dr. Tusharadada Shevale, and all the directors. I also express gratitude towards our principal, Dr. J.D. Sonkaskar, for continuous motivation and grand support to us. I am also thankful to all our BOS chairmen and members and advisory committee members for their support. I also express thanks to our IQAC coordinator, Dr. D.N. Pawar, for his valuable suggestions and support to us. I express our thanks to the coordinator and convener, Dr. Sadhna Patil and Dr. S.S. Gada. We are thankful to all organizing team and all known and unknown members who are helping us. I express gratitude toward all resource persons and chairmen for accepting our invitation. I am sure that all the resource persons will definitely contribute their valuable knowledge with us, and it will be very valuable to us and our society. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for expressing your views and vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Now, once again, good morning to all and welcome to all the resource persons, chairpersons and participants of the webinar on the theme Global Impact of COVID-19 on Commerce and Economics. Now, without any delay, let us begin with our first technical session of today's international webinar. The guest of this session is Brahmakumari Sumandidi from National Coordinator of Education Wing from Mount Abu, Rajasthan, and the chairperson of this session is Principal Dr. K.N. Bawle sir. coordinator of Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Deemed University, Pune. Now, I request my colleague, CA Dr. Trupti Devre, to introduce Suman Didi, resource person of our first technical session. Dr. Trupti Devre, ma'am.
Om Shanti. Good morning and a warm welcome to all. I'm glad to introduce our first session resource person, BK Suman Didi. Born in 1970, Sister Suman came in contact with Brahma Kumaris at the tender age of 5 along with her parents. Since her childhood, she has intense inclination towards spirituality and a deep desire to serve for betterment of the society. During her school days, Sister Suman has been a brilliant student and a sports person. She obtained her bachelor degree, BE, in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Bangalore University in 1992, and in the same year, immediately she dedicated her life to Brahma Kumari's World Spiritual Organization for the cause of service to humanity. Since then, she is based in headquarters, Mount Abu. Having been trained in self-managing leadership, stress management, then communication skills, living values, etc., Sister Suman is conducting such courses in various organizations, institutions, and industries in India and abroad. She has delivered many talks in television and radio shows on various topics at different places. She is one of the main speakers at many national and international conferences held in Mount Abu every year. She is an experienced teacher cum guide in Raj Yoga meditation. Sister Suman is a national coordinator of education wing and a trainer in value education in diploma and degree courses conducted by the organization in affiliation with various universities in India. She is the program coordinator for programs that are held in Gyan Sarovar, Mount Abu for Indians and foreigners throughout the year. Sister Suman has traveled extensively in India and abroad, inspiring many souls through sharing her spiritual experiences. She can speak fluently in Hindi, English, and Kannada, and is also an expert interpreter of them. With a warm greeting, I would request Sister Suman to deliver her thoughts through her topics for the session, that is, impact of COVID. Welcome, Didi.
Om Shanti, and a very warm welcome and very warm good morning to everyone. It's such a beautiful experience listening to all of you. And thanks a lot to the organizers of this webinar on international webinar on global impact of COVID-19 on commerce and economy, organized by Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samajas, KSKV College. And thanks for inviting me. And it's such a beautiful topic which is relevant to day-to-day life of present time. My previous speakers have been speaking extensively on the impact, a global impact of COVID-19. All of us have been facing this unexpected challenge for the past 1 year almost now. Initially, it was such a chaos, such a havoc, and gradually it has settled down because I think we have started to accept the situation. Whenever a new situation arises which is unexpected and which is to such a large extent, I think then it's obvious to create so much havoc on many levels in our lives. We face those challenges on the level of physical level, financial level, health level, extensively in the level of relationships, on the level of social conditions, and on the level of psychology, on the level of our minds. We had to face all these challenges on all these levels at a time, right? So when I look at this situation, like those who were, I can say, those who were prepared for it, or I can say those who were strong enough mentally and emotionally survived through it. But those who were weak on several levels had to face a lot of problems. We could listen to many news of suicide, domestic violence, and different levels of problems and challenges with different people. But those who were able to enjoy that moment of solitude, those moment of being alone with the family, with few people around, or some people were alone by themselves. Those who enjoyed that space in their life, I think they survived. I think not many of them enjoyed it, but they survived through also. I would like to start this with a beautiful, short story about there was a professor, very well-known professor, loved by his students a lot. So one batch was passing out, and he invited all of them for a evening coffee at his place, at his home. So everyone collected, assembled at his home, and he spread a variety of snacks for the students to pick up and enjoy. And also on another table, he spread different cups, variety of cups, from a very inexpensive, simple looking cup to a very expensive with a golden thing decorated, variety which costed in different levels, and variety of cups. And in that cups he poured coffee, and then he asked all the students to pick a cup of coffee from the table. And you can expect those who came first, which cups did they pick up? Because those who came first picked up very beautiful cups, which were looking very attractive. And they left all the simple looking cups or cheap cups or inexpensive cups alone. And then they picked all the good looking, expensive cups before. And those who came later on, they didn't have any other choice but to pick up the ordinary looking cups. So when they sat together to talk, then the professor said, okay, children, okay, students, now you have a cup of coffee in each one's hands. Then he asked, why did you pick up the cup? Is it because you want to enjoy the coffee, or is it because you want to enjoy the cup? Irrespective of the cups, the taste of the coffee is same, right? Whether you are drinking in a plastic or a disposable cup, or you are drinking it in a porcelain, beautifully decorated cup, the coffee tastes the same. The importance is coffee, and it's not the cup. Right? How we brew the coffee, how it tastes, the taste of coffee is important than the cup which holds the coffee. So then for us now, are we entangled? Are we caught up in the life's beautiful extensions of, the finance, the properties, the beauty of the things, and the external beauty? Or is it that we are focused on the internal beauty of life? Is life by itself important, or the paraphernalia of the life which holds life that is important? That we have to focus on that, because the topic that's been given to me is the behavior impact, psychological behavior, the impact of COVID on a psychological behavior. When we understand psychology of our lives, so when we look at ourselves, are we focused on external paraphernalia of life, or are we focused on life by itself? Are we focused on the cup, or are we focused on coffee? And so when we are focused on life, then we make efforts to make our life more empowered, make our life more beautiful, irrespective of the environment that we are in, irrespective of the people who are around us. So we need to understand that, are we dependent on our external conditions? To the extent that we are dependent to our on our external conditions, then we are, what we can say, physically challenged, I can say, mentally challenged, because whoever is physically challenged, they have to take a support of clutches. Right. So those who are mentally challenged, then they will have to take the support of others. And if those who are emotionally challenged are all constantly craving acknowledgement from others, from people, from surroundings, from achievements. So, am I that? We need to understand our own self. Now, in the whole world, there are 4 variety of people. One variety of people, first one is the monkish attitude people, monkish character. Those who don't like companies at all, those who are very happy with by themselves. They don't want to come in contact with people. They are very uncomfortable. They feel intimidated by talking to people. Like nowadays, the present generation, they're very happy on social media, typing things, or unknowing comments, having comments to the world or comments to the people. उनका चेहरा वो खुद छिपाते हैं. They don't reveal themselves, but they want to contact people. But physically, when they have to contact people, they are not comfortable. So they are monkish character. They don't want to come in contact with people. They are happy alone. They're comfortable alone. The second variety of people are cool and self-confident, contained or confident. Either way, they are happy. They're happy alone. If they're alone by themselves, they're happy. If they're happy when they are in contact with people, to talk to people, to have the social meeting, gathering, they're happy with either of them. Self-content people, cool people. And the third variety of people, they're either way unhappy. When they are in a gathering, when they're in a company, they want to be alone. When they're alone, they're craving for company. So whatever the situation they are in, they're unhappy. They are craving for what they don't have. If they're having a company, they're craving for alone time. And when they're alone, they're craving for a company. So they are called as yo-yo people. And the fourth variety of people are dependent and addicted people. Those who are always constantly in need of external assurance, external stimulation. They're either on the social media or with the people. If they are not in association with the people, or not on the social media, or they're not getting external stimulation, so then they go under depression. So they are completely dependent on external things. So they are mentally sick people. So when we check with ourselves and see which category do we belong to, do we belong to the second category, which is the healthiest of all? Either we are happy. We are happy alone. We are happy with the people. So such people are very confident by themselves. They are full they're complete, they're happy human beings, and that's the reason they radiate happiness to others. So if we belong to other than this category, either to the first, third, or the fourth category, we have to work on ourselves to take us to the second category, that is being happy irrespective of where I am, and with whom I am. Next thing that I really want to deal with is understanding alone time and what is the difference between being alone and lonely. During this pandemic, many of us, like majority of us, had to be alone at home. But before that as well, when we are in crowd, also people feel lonely. What is the difference between being lonely and being alone? Being alone is enjoying the me time. When I'm alone, but enjoying my own company, being in solitude, analyzing myself, reflecting on myself, and wanting to do whatever I wasn't able to do otherwise, enjoying my private time, my me time there. And that is being alone. Lonely is craving for company, craving for something, not happy with myself, but dissatisfied and deprived. Even if I'm in a company, I can be lonely, right? So that is a state of sadness. That is a state of sorrow. So we need to take ourselves and enjoy the me time, alone time. So how is it possible to enjoy the alone time? Because nowadays, majority of the people are under stress. So when we ask them to sit alone only for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it's very difficult for them to sit alone, sit in solitude, sit in silence for at least even for 10-15 minutes. And if we give them a choice, and this is a scientific study that has happened, if we give them a choice or of either to take shock or sit in silence for 15 minutes, people prefer to take shock. It's really amazing result how people think, because they're afraid of being alone. They're afraid of being alone because they haven't sorted out their own mind here. They haven't looked into the self. That's the reason they're afraid to spend that me time. It's better to understand one's own self, sort this out here in our minds, because we say there's an inner world within our minds. Each one of us have this inner world of thoughts, feelings, attitudes, emotions, and sanskars, right? So when this is not sorted out, the external life is also, chaotic. So it is always an inside out approach. Whatever is inside is extended outside. When we squeeze an orange, orange juice come out. When we squeeze a Karela, a the bitter gourd juice comes out. Means whatever is inside the fruit or vegetable, that comes out, right? So in the same way, when there's a pressure on life, whatever is inside comes out. If there is negativity here, negativity comes out. If there is positivity here, positivity comes out, right? So if we fill ourselves with strength, positivity, love, and power, so those things come out at the time of pressure, at the time of challenges. So then we will have to work out there and fill ourselves with that positivity, beauty, and respect, right? So to start off with, we have to fill ourselves with gratitude. Even before going into that spiritual dimension of ourselves. So let us just start with gratitude. Being grateful for whatever we have in our lives. We are always behind someone. We are always lower to someone. We are always better than someone, right? So when we look at ourselves, we have so much in our lives. We have received so much in our lives that we are grateful for, right? We are better than hundreds and thousands of people out there in the world. Even though if we are not financially sound, even though we are not so beautiful, at least I have two eyes to see, I have two ears to listen to, I can have two arms to work, we have two legs to walk. So my body is healthy, right? When we start off with those things, we feel grateful for each and everything that we have in our lives. When we fill ourselves with gratitude, you know, we attract positive energy. When we always crib for what we don't have, like yo-yo people, for craving for what they don't have. So then we are spreading negativity around and we are attracting negativity. So when we have the attitude of gratitude, we are attracting positive energy. Being grateful for the physical body that I'm having, being grateful for the relationships that I'm having, being grateful for my parents, being grateful for my job, being grateful for my family, being grateful for the money I'm earning, being grateful for the environment that I'm having. So everything, when I make a long list of for what I'm grateful for, it will be a very, very long list. So when we fill our hearts with gratitude, then we start to appreciate each and everything in our lives. Then we don't have any space for sorrow. Then we don't have any space for complaints in our lives. And the second thing that I would always suggest to everyone is sort out your inner emotions and thoughts. Mind is actually a beautiful garden. When in a garden, you want to take out all the weeds, and you want to sustain all the beautiful plants, and which gives roses, or give beautiful flowers or vegetable, which is helpful for us. In the same way, are we cultivating this garden? We have to make efforts to cultivate a garden and not to cultivate a forest. Forest grows by itself, but we have to make efforts to cultivate a garden, isn't it? So if we don't take care of this garden, it will become a forest with all sorts of negative things inside there, right? So we will have to pull out all the weeds, all the negative things, and make it beautiful. Mainly, we create 4 varieties of thoughts: positive thoughts, negative thoughts, waste thoughts, and ordinary thoughts. The more we create positive thoughts, more energetic the mind would become, more powerful the mind would become. The more negative thoughts we create, the level of energy comes down drastically. Waste thoughts are neither positive or negative, but it drains out the energy of the mind like slow poisoning. Slow poisoning to the body, it gradually gets poisoned. The body gets gradually over the period of time, it gets poisoned, and ultimately then it comes to an end. In the same way, waste thoughts, it builds up, and then it creates that low energy. And ordinary thoughts are the thoughts which related with our responsibility and karma or actions. So when we reflect within ourselves, and increase more of our positive thoughts and feelings. I'm not just speaking of thoughts, but also feelings are connected with those thoughts, right? No matter what, am I creating positive thoughts and feelings towards others? When I look at a particular person, what is a feeling and thought that I'm creating in my mind? You know, constantly we need to check and change. Constantly, I need to focus on my thinking process and change it towards positivity. It's a little bit of effort, but if with practice, it becomes much more easier. Every day, at least few minutes, we need to reflect on ourselves. Not throughout the day, because throughout the day we are so busy involved in our professions. At least I would suggest early in the morning when you wake up, at least sit in silence for a few minutes, for maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Sit in silence, reflect on the self, and fill yourself with positive energy, positive thoughts, and positive feelings, and connect with the Supreme Being. Create something very powerful so that will sustain throughout the day. Because usually they say you should have a very healthy breakfast for the body, right? So having healthy breakfast for the mind, fill something very positive and powerful. Give something which is very positive, food, powerful food to your mind in the morning. And then in the evening as well, before going to sleep, spend some time with yourself in solitude, in ekant, and reflect on the day's work. Is there anything that you could have done it differently? Maybe you were frustrated, you responded in a angry way. Maybe you could have changed it. You could have changed the way that you responded, the way you behaved, or something that you could have changed. And you focus on it the next day so that you become a changed person, a little bit of changed person, a better person the next day. So these small things, when we do, we focus on our behavior, we focus on our words, we focus on our thinking and feelings every day, at least for a few minutes, and hope to become a better person tomorrow. You know, every a drop becomes an ocean. बूंद बूंद से सागर होता है, right? Drop by drop becomes an ocean. Every day, one step towards a positive transformation would make us a changed person, totally changed person after a year, after 365 days, right? A small step towards positive transformation will bring a great change in ourselves and also inspires others around us to take a positive change, become a better person in life. So when we become a better person, then we radiate that positivity, radiate that inspiration for others. You know, nothing is difficult in this world, only that attitude. When we have that positive attitude towards life, even then, even an impossible thing becomes possible, isn't it? So before I progress, I want to end this session with a few minutes of meditation. But before I end this with this session with meditation, I would like to take up a few questions. If you have any questions, you can type in the chat box, and I can take up those questions. Maybe 2-3 questions I can take, and then I can answer a few questions, and then I would like to end up this session with a few minutes of silence, spending some time with the self and appreciating the life what we have got. I'm looking at the chat box. If you have any questions, you can type in there. Meantime, I would like to as you type, before I get any questions, I would like to relate to you, share with you a beautiful, a life's process of an eagle, which I read a few days ago. It really inspired me. Eagles are the species which which can survive for 70 years. I think you might be knowing about that. When it is 40 years old, it will have to make a very life-changing decision, take a decision, because at 40 years the eagle would have become old with all its beak, no strength in that beak. It has become less sharp, and its talons, pancha, all the talons would have been very old and very loose, not able to catch the prey. When it is 40 years old, it will have to make a decision, either to take a rebirth, or allow itself to die, or take a overall change in itself. If it decides to take a overall change, then it will take 150 days. First, what it does is it picks up, plucks its beak out. It tears out the beak with its talcons. And then after a few days, when the beak comes up, grows, then with the beak, it tears out all the talcons, all the panja, all the nails and everything. And it will take few days for that to grow, right? And after it grows, it tears out all the feathers, because it would have become heavy. It can't fly. So then the feathers will start to grow, and the whole process would take 150 days. It is very painful. It has to be alone, because it can't catch any prey, right? So, all by alone, painful. Which was for us, like, in quarantine, being alone, very painful mentally and emotionally. But after that, it will become strong, and it will survive for 30 more days, right? So for us also, whenever there is a painful time, whenever there's a challenging time, that's a time for us to reflect within ourselves and make ourselves even more powerful, make ourselves even more, strengthen ourselves. What is the changes that we can bring about, so that I come out more powerfully and lead a better life? And when I listen to many of the experiences after this pandemic, people say they have become better people. Their priorities in life have changed. They prioritize life more than chasing after all these materialistic things. So this silent time has brought about positive change to many as well. But once we go through it, then it's powerful. But going through it is very painful. But we survive, then we become powerful. So we need to know how to spend this solitude time in a very powerful and positive way. Then we can become much more powerful people, right? There's a question, I think. सकारात्मकता के लिए कौन से गुण धारण करनी चाहिए? Sakaratmakta is sakaratmakta. Positivity is positivity. There's all the virtues, all the values are positive. So just focus on positivity every time. Whatever you see, they say ना, हिंदी में एक बोल है या फिर कहावत है, किसी ने सलाखों के पीछे देखा तो चांद में भी दाग देखी, किसी ने कीचड़ में भी कमल देखा. Right? Life is variety. It depends on our attitude, in our drishtikon. If we look at positivity in everything, then we will see lotus even in kitchen, right? So always look at positive situation, positivity even in everything, right? So then life becomes much more better. much more beautiful, much more powerful, right? Okay, so let's spend few minutes in silence, reflecting on ourselves in meditation.
Om Shanti.
I would like.
Just for the interruption, there is one question.
Okay.
Just a minute. There is a question from Dr. Dipali Suryanshi that will you please tell us how to cope up with present pandemic situation?
That was the thing that I was saying
Yeah.
all this time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Being positive, spending more time with the self, and having a positive attitude towards life. No matter what, everything will pass. Even this time will pass, and everything will become better. Even if it doesn't become better, it makes us a better person. Situations will make us a better person, right? So we need to spend more time with ourselves, make our attitude positive towards life, look into the positive direction of life. No matter how much negative it is, look at positivity. Have the attitude of gratitude. Be grateful, be thankful for whatever we have in life. You know, not many have, right? Look at the laborers who are suffering, who had to walk hundreds of miles. They also had to suffer they had to lose their family members. They had to, like, there's so much suffering in the world. But we are far more better, no? Right? Look at the positive side of life. So then life becomes much more easier. What is success? What is success actually looks like? A beautiful question. What is success for you? There are 4 levels of success, actually. The overall holistic success is success of tan, man, dhan, and jan. Body have to be healthy in body. I need to have money, enough money, not too much, at least even if not too much money, enough money to survive, right? Dhan. Jan. Jan is relationship. I need to have a cordial relationship with everyone. And man, I need to have a healthy mind. But in today's world, we are chasing after the money, dhan, right? And we are not paying much attention to our, okay, to some extent, our physical body health, we are focusing on, but totally neglected areas are mind and relationships. So when we focus more on wealth, then we are neglecting these two. And also health gets compromised when we chase money, right? So when we pay equal attention to all 4, then that life is successful. If we chase after one thing, then we lose on other things. Then there is suffering. Then there is sorrow. So all has to go together, just like, 4 wheels of a vehicle, 4 legs of a table, everything has to be equal. Then life goes smoothly, right? How we can change negative thought into positive one? Okay, for that, you will have to take meditation course, how to channelize that negativity into positivity, how to meditate. Then it becomes much more easier because okay, let me tell something in short, that we can channelize our thoughts from negativity to positivity. So we are the creators. So when I understand that I'm the creator of my thoughts, then I can change the flow of the thoughts from negativity to positivity. So I have that ability. So I need to just understand that and change it towards positivity. For that, then to gain that momentum and that strength, then you will have to meditate and you will have to learn to meditate for that. Okay. How to deal with people, those having negative attitudes in corporate life. Just ignore them. Don't pay too much attention. Because if you start to pay attention, your energy is flowing there. Just block it. Just ignore. don't pay attention, then that will lose energy, right? Okay, thanks a lot for listening to me. Let's I have 3 minutes, 2 minutes. So let's sit in silence. It's a bit difficult for everyone, I think, to be in their professional place and to meditate, but we'll try. Just reflect on the self, on the screen of the mind. Focus your mind on the screen of your mind in the middle of your forehead. Just be peaceful. Don't think much. Visualize yourself as a peaceful being. Bring a smile on your face. Feel good about yourself. Bring up the attitude of gratitude. Be grateful, thankful for whatever you have in your life. Thank God for whatever is been given to you in this life. A healthy body, a means to earn your livelihood, your profession, the profession that you love. A beautiful family, beautiful people around you. Being thankful and grateful for everything that we are holding in our lives. Om Shanti. Okay, my time is up, I think. Thanks a lot. Thanks to the organizers and everyone for giving this beautiful opportunity.
Shanti Didi. Thank you, Suman Didi, for sharing your valuable thoughts with our participants. And I hope that for the betterment of life, at least some of our participants will definitely follow your instructions. Thank you, Didi. Now, I request my colleague, Dr. C.A. Trupti Devre, to introduce Principal Dr. K.N. Bawle sir, Coordinator of Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Deemed University, Pune. Sir is the chairperson of our today's first technical session. Now over to Dr. Devre ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Om Shanti. Thank you, Dee. It's my pleasure to introduce the session chair, Professor Dr. Kailash Bawle sir, who has obtained MA in Economics. He has also completed MPhil in 1985 from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. He was awarded with PhD in 1993 in Economics from Mental, Moral and Social Science Faculty, Pune University. As per his professional experience, he worked as principal at two colleges, which are Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangau, Junnar, and Pratibha College of Commerce, Science and Computer Science, New Sangli, Pune. He also worked as in-charge director at two institutions, which are Hari Sahasrabuddha Institute of Information Technology, Research and Management, Narayangau, Junnar, Pune, and Pratibha Institute of Management and Research, New Sangli, Pune. He worked as director at State Resource Center, Pune, which was sponsored by MHRD, Government of India, New Delhi, from duration 2007 to 2010. He worked as program officer of NSS from 1990 to 1995. He undertook around 12 different projects. His 18 research articles were published in various publications. He also authored 3 books and edited 1 book. He has attended and participated in around 135 seminars, conferences, and workshop lecture series, which includes 5 international, 15 national, 30 state level conferences and seminars, 80 local or university level seminars and workshop lecture series. He also chaired technical session in international and national seminars. He got Manpatra Award by Jagar Sangatna Maharashtra State. Also got the Best Citizen Award, Best Citizen of India Gold Medal Award in 2016-17 for his remarkable work in the field of education and sustainable development by Global Economic Progress and Research Association, New Delhi, which is at Tamil Nadu. He has an experience of 30 plus years in academic field, higher education field, which includes 28 years teaching at undergraduate level and 12 plus years at post-graduation level. He is recognized postgraduate teacher for MA Economics, University of Pune. He is a recognized research guide for MPhil Economics and PhD Economics in University of Pune and TUF Maharashtra Vidyapit Pune. He is an expertise in planning and people management in education field, motivational speaker in the field of personality development and soft skills. He possesses strong leadership qualities, team builder, and effective communicator. Presently, he is working on a holistic development through holistic health, developmental education, and sustainable agriculture. He is also a coordinator of Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadge Center for Sustainable Village Development, which is under Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Deemed University, Pune. Now, I would request such eminent session chair to conclude this session with his views and thoughts. So,
Hello, am I audible?
yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Let me congratulate the Maratha Vidya Prasarak Sabha, Shantaram Bapu, Kondaji Wavre, Arts, Commerce and Science College, SIDCO, the principal J.D. Sonkhaskar Madam, head of the department Dr. Sadhna Patil, and the head of the department of the Commerce, then IQAC coordinator D.N. Pawar, for organizing such a very beautiful and time-related topic. This international seminar is related to the global impact of COVID-19 on commerce and economy. Though the COVID-19 is a problem basically related to the health, that is individual health as well as the public health. But this pandemic has affected the whole world, consisting more than 200 countries. So it has a multifaceted effects on the whole world. Now this, in the first technical session, our Brahma Kumari Suman Didi has explained the power of positive thought, how person can become a positive person from the negativity to positivity, how the power of inner positivity is more important than the external beauty. He has given so many examples about the garden, forest, etc. And ultimately she has explained the whatever a person is becoming is from his inner thoughts, that is positive thoughts. Let me ask one question, that which is the number one disease in the world? The World Health Organization has presented a report in which he declared that the depression is the world's number one disease. More than 35 crores people are now in the depression. It is the situation before the pandemic. But after the pandemic, this depression level must have increased to a large extent. Because at the beginning of this pandemic, the World Health Organization has also expressed its concern over the pandemic's mental health and the psychological consequences. It speculates that New measures such as self-isolation and the quarantine have affected usual activities, routine, and individuals of the people that may lead to an increase in loneliness, anxiety, depression, insomnia, harmful alcohol and drug use, and self-harm or suicidal behavior. So all these things related to the depression, the lockdown around the world have led to an increase in the cases of domestic violence. The World Psychiatric Association Secretary General, Dr. Kelvin Lil, says that pandemic has emotional, social, and economic consequences. The most common emotion by all was fear. You know that the fear of this virus, as well as the fear of lockdown, fear of uh, this closing down the businesses, the fear of losing our employment. So all these fears have there because of this pandemic, and that makes people anxious, scared, and do things that society consider abnormal and inappropriate. COVID-19 has serious consequences on both physical and mental health of the people. Depression, anxiety, then anxiety disorder, stress reactions, suicides, adjustment disorder, so alcohol and substance abuse and acute psychiatric disorders are various post COVID 19 mental problems reported from many affected countries. However, most of these mental disorders can be preventable. People with mental disorder may be at higher risk for COVID 19 due to their social disadvantages such as poor nutrition, overcrowding, stigma, poverty, or their inability to follow the public health. So, protective advices like hand hygiene, physical distancing, self-isolation, etc. These are difficult things to the mental disorder peoples. Though home quarantine decreases viral transmission, it also increases the risk of excessive alcohol use, family violence, and suicidality. So, one research has been conducted in China, Huzhou University of Science and Technology. This is a research about 7,236 participants, where anxiety level, depression symptoms, and poor sleep quality has been assessed. According to their survey, anxiety symptoms are related to the 35% people. Depression symptoms is related to 20%, and poor sleep quality is associated with the 18% pupils. This is again one more impression is there about this survey, that people aged below 35 year reported a higher, that is, prevalence and anxiety symptoms related to the people over the 35 years. It means the young people have more and more this type of the disadvantages because of this pandemics. There are various resources how we can overcome these problems. There are various resources available online which can be helpful in managing and coping with the stress arising out of the pandemic. Just now, the resource persons has rightly said that you can have a meditations, etc. But the yoga, meditation, music, online counseling, these are the some of the measures one can use to prepare ourselves more positively. It is important for the people to take care of themselves, their family members, and friends. Helping others, that is caring, it is giving the power to our mind. So, helping others to cope with their stress makes the community stronger. However, in India, the challenge is much more difficult. The biggest challenge in the mitigating mental health consequences of COVID-19 pandemic is the lack of mental health professionals. In our country, there is a lack of mental health professionals as well as practitioners, counselors, and health facilities where one can approach for such help. It is going to be a real challenge for a country like India, where only 0.29% psychiatrists, only 0.07% psychologists, and 0.36% other paid mental health workers are available per 1 lakh people. See, this is the situation of the mental health facilities in India. So, how one can cope up with this challenge of the pandemic COVID-19? So, in such situation, it is important to evolve a simple counseling packages that can be delivered by givers at home or in the hospital. The packages should contain a number of dimensions, such as being empathetic and supportive to all those who are affected. They need to be listened with compassion and kindness. Establishing online mental health and counseling services is one of the another one help we can provide. These counseling services at the hospital, community health centers has to be established. How one can establish these community health centers? It is not only the responsibility of the government, but how the education institutions can be helped to establish such community counseling services at a rural area. So the universities and colleges, departments of the psychology could be an opportunity to address such crisis. So not only the psychology department, but the other department can also help in this situation to help to the rural peoples to cope up with the different situations or different problems arise because of the COVID-19. There are economic crises are there, psychological crises are there, political crises are there, cultural crises are there. How one can meet out this crisis? I think there is a very good opportunity to the universities and colleges to help the pupils affected by this COVID-19 in a different ways. If the economic crises are there, Department of Economics, Department of Sociology, Department of Political Science can help to these pupils by giving their knowledge and to skills to that affected pupils. So it's a tapped opportunity. So let's tap these opportunities by our colleges and our all these departments. So in this, our resource persons has given power of the mind. So inner power is more important than the external power. We all are experiencing the situation of COVID in which the positivity is more important, and the positivity is related to the mind. The mind is defined in a different way. Mind in philosophical way, mind in our Santal literature is a different. But in scientific way, the mind is also defined in 1957 by Swami Vijnanananda. The Manashakti Prayog Kendra established in the Lonavala has a tremendous and very scientific approach courses for our life building. So how our life can become positive? There are more than 40 different courses throughout the life right from the prenatal stage to the after death stage. In that, the mind is explained very nicely. What is mind? Is a one book written by the Swami Vivekananda. What mind means and the power of mind. In that book, he explained the mind is a non-matter which transcends the velocity of light. So the mind is defined in a scientific way with the speed. The velocity of light is the highest velocity as far as the matter is concerned. So the mind is a non-matter which transcends the velocity of the light. It means the velocity of light, velocity of mind is more than light. As the speed increases, the matter concentrates, or the size of that matter becomes less and less. As the size becomes the less, the power becomes the more. You know the nanotechnology. In the nanotechnology, the size of the nano is the smallest size, but the power of nano is the highest power in that entity. Therefore, if the speed of our mind is more than this light, it means the mind does not occupy the space. Mind has a tremendous power. The highest power in the world is with the mind, and mind is in our everybody's body. So everybody is a very powerful person. We must know that we are powerful persons, and given the positive thoughts to that mind, that become the more powerful. Another one thing I said that every cell has a mind. So in our body, more than 50 trillion cells are there. So if every cell has a mind, so in our body, more than 50 trillion minds are there. So we must have a coordinating mind there, which will be positive mind and which will have a positive impact in our life. So in the last, I will quote one abhanga from our Santa Tukaram, that he says, in a one abhanga, the life's positivity is given there. Mana karare prasanna sarva siddhi che karan. Each and every success in the life is because of the pleasurous mind. So in this pandemic situation, everybody must have a pleasurous mind, and for that purpose, read a good things, listen a good things, even says the good things, and gratitude for each and everybody will give you the more power to your power and to your mind. And therefore, lastly, I says that in our one song, we always pray that इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना. तो इसी प्रार्थना के साथ मैं प्रेयर करता हूँ कि जो भी यहाँ प्रेजेंट है, जो भी प्रेजेंट नहीं है, उनके मन की शक्ति कभी कम नहीं होनी चाहिए. इसी प्रार्थना के साथ मैं ये मेरा चेयरपर्सन स्पीच कंक्लूड करता हूँ. आप सबको मेरा धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद.
Sir, for guiding us on the platform of international webinar and providing your valuable time with us and our participants also. Now, I request my colleague, Dr. Varsha Thakre ma'am, to express vote of thanks for the conclusion of the first session, technical session of this international webinar. Over to Varsha Thakre ma'am.
I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. First and foremost, I thank our resource person, BK Shivani Didi, who shared the information and knowledge on impact of COVID-19 on psychological behavior. Thank you, Didi. Most of you will say thank you to Didi for her session. We are grateful to today's chairperson, Dr. Kailas Bawle, for his words of encouragement. His guidance has always encouraged us. Thank you, sir. I thanks to my colleague, Dr. C.A. Trupti Devre, madam, who is introduced today's resource person and chairperson. Thank you, ma'am. My heart feels that to the head of department and the management who given the opportunity for votes of thanks. Last but not least, our beloved audience for making this session as a great success. Once again, I thanks one and all present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Thakre ma'am. Once again, good morning to all and welcome to all the resource person and chairperson and online participants for the webinar of international webinar on global impact of COVID-19 on commerce and economics. Now we come to our second technical session of today's seminar. The guest for this session is Ms. Shamina Pillai ma'am, founder Reflections, certified life and business coach, trainer and communication consultant from Sri Lanka, and the chairperson of this session is Dr. Kavaljit Kaur Marwa ma'am, associate professor from HGGS College, Chandigarh. Now I request my colleague, Ms. Rupali Jadhav, for the introduction of our guest of second technical session, Dr. Shamina ma'am. Over to Rupali Jadhav ma'am.
Welcome and good morning all of you for second session. It's my pleasure to introduce the resource person of this session, Shamina Pillai. She is a marketing and communication consultant and trainer, life and business coach. She has done MBA from University of Sri Jayawardhanpura. She is a member CIM UK. She is a certified professional marketer from Asia Pacific Marketing Federation. She has got certificate in counseling and psychotherapy Institute of Mental Health from Sri Lanka. She is a certified trainer from Sri Lanka Institute of Training and Development. She is certified life and business coach from Sri Lanka Institute of Training and Development. She is independent marketing and communications consultant with 18 plus years of corporate experience, currently managing her consultancy business primarily focused on corporate communications. She is also a certified coach working on individual and group coaching of students, executives, and managers. She has been engaging in training and public presentation. Her role as a director consultant of BNI, regional mentor in Peekaboo, and most recently conducted online Zoom trainings and webinars for accounting and other professionals. She is a language coach and public speaking trainer for junior executives and students. She is passionate about building people and organization for successful performance. Now, I would request ma'am to deliver her thought on the topic impact of COVID-19 on service sector. Welcome, ma'am.
Over to Shamina ma'am. Hello. Hello. Shamina ma'am. Hello. Hello, Shamina ma'am. सर पटकन इमिजिएटली व्हिडिओ ऑन करायला आपल्या एखादा. बोला सर. हा हा एक मिनिट सर. Hello. May I request to Dr. Kauljit Kaur, please join the session. May I request Kauljit Kaur, madam, please start the session. Due to some technical problem, Dr. Shamima ma'am maybe not join the session. So I request to Kauljit Kaur, madam, please share your thoughts and views. हाँ झालं जॉइन मॅडम. Hello.
My apologies. I had a bad connection. Yes. May I have the screen sharing, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. I just make you co-host. So you just go ahead. Okay.
My apologies. We had a technical issue here in Sri Lanka. The mobile service network has has been having some issues. So it actually we had a connection disruption right now. Thank you so much for the introduction, ma'am, and for the invitation from KW. I think KW invited me from Sri Lanka at the right time, where it is important to have global integration and knowledge sharing for the betterment of the entire global society. Today, I am going to talk to you from the perspective of Sri Lanka, how COVID has impacted Sri Lanka that we have faced as a country, but a group of people rising above these challenges and face is what I would like. So let me start with the quote, "The new normal is where businesses must expect the unexpected." And this is something that we are embracing now, and we have identified as our part of our life in the future, maybe 1, 2, 3, or even 10 years. So constantly changing business environment is something that we must expect, whether there is a pandemic or not. Let me start with the impact to Sri Lanka. And when I like to talk about today's topic, I like to look at it from the perspective of turning threats into opportunities and what this pandemic has taught us, who have been caught in a rat race, who have not paid attention to being in the present moment. So to us who have been constantly busy, the pandemic has taught us many, many lessons. So a little bit of background on Sri Lanka. We are a small country, 21 million population. We are mostly known as a tourist destination. We have a fairly relaxed population who like to enjoy life. We have a beautiful landscape, beautiful hill country, beautiful beaches, and tourism and apparel are one of our key industries in Sri Lanka. But what happened during the pandemic? We had to adapt to sudden change. You know, a country which was completely dependent on export income, on tourism, and on our lifestyle of feeling happy and relaxation. From that, we had to adapt to sudden change. And when we discovered in March that there is a pandemic, the country went into immediate lockdown, which was imposed with a curfew. So there was major control strategies implemented in Sri Lanka aimed at minimizing human movement. So in March, we were so used to going around, going to meet friends, having our lives outside, spending time in the cafes. But suddenly we had to change our life. We have to be inside the house. And Sri Lankans are people who like to enjoy and relax a little bit. So coming out of a previous challenge, if some of you know, Sri Lanka was subject to a major threat, which was a terrorist attack, the Easter bombings in the year 2018. So coming out of that and reviving our life and reviving our tourism industry, it was a second blow for Sri Lankans. When we were just raising our head and trying to be more positive, here again, we were actually controlled with curfew. And if we were to leave the house, it would lead to severe penalties. So we understand later why the government did that, because that curtailed so much of movement. So a nationwide curfew was imposed, and there was strict ban on inter-district travel. So we couldn't go even to travel to the next lane. There was army and police officers that were very vigilant. So we could not even take our vehicles and go to the next lane. With the threat of the virus, the first thing that was done after that was airports were closed. So the entrance of tourists was curtailed. and identified patients were transferred to designated infectious disease hospitals and potential contacts to more than 40 quarantine centers. So immediately they developed quarantine centers with the support of the Sri Lanka Army. And Sri Lankans who are very free suddenly had to be confined to a quarantine center. Now we were not allowed home quarantine. So if we were going to the next house and they found out one patient was identified with COVID, that entire village was sealed and everyone was sent to a quarantine center. Now adapting to a life in a quarantine center, to share a dorm with many people from our comfort of our homes, from the luxury that we were used to. And I am not saying that the quarantine centers were not with facilities. There was facilities, but we had to move out from our, the hot water and the luxury in our homes, the comfort of our own room and bed into a sharing facility. So adapting to that sudden change was very difficult for Sri Lankans. It impacted us, not just our livelihood impacted us, but even our mentality. Our mental well-being was impacted. So we had a severe fear of having to, be confined. So therefore, we as the public took a lot of precaution. We did not leave the house. We actually stayed 3-4 months. Even now, Sri Lankans are not, many people are not leaving the house, and even the gatherings are curtailed and very limited. And this has led to a lot of adaptation measures that Sri Lankans had to adopt. So that was a little impact of, what we had to face immediately. And then coming to the industry, coming to the economy, our economy contracted by 1.6% on a declining base, owing to, the impact to the tourism industry. We had to face challenges even in our budget, in our foreign income, in our trade balances, and even in all our industries. So the economy in that process declined by 1.6%, and agriculture and industry, which is key. The top 3 industries for us is services, industry, and agriculture. So agriculture also contracted by 5.6%. Industry contracted by 7.8%. Of course, the services industry, owing to the increase in the financial and other essential services, had a marginal growth. So amidst all of that, I'm sure it has impacted the whole world. Unemployment rose. So we were at an unemployment rate of 3.4%, which rose to 5.6%. Both men and women suffered this challenge, and even our foreign remittances actually had a decline, which impacted our foreign income earning. So the per capita GDP declined from 4,000 something to 3,800 USD. So it was a challenging year, even in terms of the economy, in terms of the exchange rate, in terms of the inflation. We were facing a drop. Even the financial services industry faced a lot of challenges, but we tried, the government tried through moratoriums, through increased facilities to help uplift businesses, to help uplift entrepreneurship. But despite all that, in the middle of all this, Sri Lanka also faced an economic downturn. So the tourism industry, which is a very significant industry for us, if you have seen so much of pictures, we have beautiful nature. So we have a beautiful landscape. So because of our natural attractions, tourists choose Sri Lanka as a way of relaxing and enjoying their holiday. But with the Easter attacks and with the COVID that followed, Sri Lanka tourism fell further down. 12.5% contribution to Sri Lanka's GDP. If you see the graph, so it came down from 3,600 USD million to 956. So 350,000 to 400,000 employees. Now, this is a big amount for us for a population of 20 million. So this impacted a lot of jobs, a lot of employment. A lot of employment was in the tourism industry for Sri Lanka. So there were severe challenges for employees. So travel companies, hospitality, the hotels, we closed down because no one was traveling and the airports were closed. So we couldn't revive that industry, and there was continuous impact on Sri Lanka's income and income earning. So we even had, religious tourism, where you can visit the temples and the religious sightseeing on all the religious, the relics, the beautiful buildings. All of this also came to a halt because religious tourism was dropped, and then air travel, of course, which is also still expensive, became very expensive. So we were impacted further in the tourism industry and apparel industry, which contributes to 40% of the country's exports, and a significant number of employees, more than even the tourism industry. So this is where a lot of the women get employment as machine operators, supervisors, making items, and our overall merchandise exports dropped from 12 billion USD to 4.4 billion USD. And of course, because we had large factories and large workers, a lot of blue collar workers. So the problem was, with one employee gets COVID, they will seal the entire factory. So when you seal the entire factory, that impacts that entire industry. And that happened, but slowly the economy, the apparel industry started improvising. They started changing the ways of working and put in strict measures on employee care and employee safety. And then they started slowly reviving our industry. So this is a little bit of the impact to Sri Lanka's apparel industry. And at the same time, there was an impact on emotional well-being. So in the middle of all this, we had loss of employment. We had to adapt to sudden change. We had a fear of the future. We lost our freedom. We had to change our lifestyle. And even when we were following the rules, we were still identifying clusters, we were identifying patients. And so we are, as the community, as the public, as a business community, we are trying and adapting to the new norm. But as with all things in the beginning, we couldn't see the change. We couldn't see the positive outcome. And of course, amidst all these challenges to the business, because of time spent, because of the frustration, there was some level, and I think this is across the globe, a little bit of home abuse and child depression. So people were feeling frustration, being locked inside and not having their livelihood and not knowing what happens in their future. There was an impact on the emotional well-being. Now, these challenges that you faced are not uncommon. And I am sure these challenges were faced across the world in larger numbers. And little did we understand in the beginning of all these lockdowns and curfew that despite our freedom being curtailed, this was the reason for a lot of safety, that this was actually the foundation of minimizing the spread of the virus. So much of education, so much of celebrities coming and endorsing stay at home had to be done, because even though a certain strata of the economy would understand the importance of staying at home and not spreading the virus, some people could not understand. So we identified the lower income levels were contracting the virus faster. So a lot of education had to be done. And it was in these levels that we saw a lot of challenges. Of course, the government then introduced relief. A lot of people, the business community, gathered together to provide relief for them. The government introduced financial support to all of these people who are suffering. So what I'm trying to say is that change was one of the biggest challenges that Sri Lanka had to face. But I am also happy to say that we have about 78,000 and only 78,000 identified patients, 2,000 deaths. So therefore, I would think to some extent, even now, very strong controls are being imposed. Even gatherings are limited. So we have, this is how we have been impacted socially. Now, this was the problems, but we are not going to get caught in the problems. So in this challenge, amidst these disturbing environments, we must discover the new opportunities. So this is what we thought of doing as a community, as a business environment, as a country, as a nation. We thought, why not discover the opportunities in the middle of the turmoil? So let me start with another quote. The social and economic challenges posed by COVID-19 have emphasized the true value of identifying a business's strengths and weaknesses, as well as recognizing and mitigating material risks. So the importance of identifying our strength. The biggest strength in an organization is the people. The power of employees, the power of the human resource. And with the right set of people and the right mental state, you can face any kind of challenge and you can mitigate your risk. And this is what the business community started identifying. So as a measure, as a nationwide measure, what Sri Lankan Central Bank did was it initiated a series of monetary easing measures, including multiple reductions in the policy rates. So they encouraged investment and they gave a lot of concessions in the lending rates, in loans, and also the SMEs, the tourism industry, and many other industries were given concessions in the form of moratoriums. So they don't have to pay their loans immediately. They can extend their loans. And there was relief provided also to certain industries, grants were provided. So there was a lot of work that was done by the Central Bank of Sri Lanka to uplift. And the financial services industry, they focused on different types of portfolios, not just high income portfolios, even the SMEs, they were given special facilities. There was even going local. They gave special facilities to local industries because we were encouraged as a business community to minimize the imports and try and uplift local industries. So this was a little bit of the background on what the government and the central bank did to uplift businesses and provide relief. So while uplifting and protecting the country, there was also initiatives done to support the industries financially and give them the confidence that they can continue, they can keep their businesses going and not to shut down their businesses. So the next thing that we thought was creating a new lifestyle. And I'm sure this is not something new. We started home gardening. So if you look at many Sri Lankan homes, even the high income earners, we started changing our lifestyle. We started growing vegetables, leaves, and Sri Lankans started getting into a lot of healthy eating and natural food. So I told you even in the beginning that we were a nation that was enjoying eating at restaurants. We were enjoying our outings. Every day Sri Lankans were going out and spending a lot of time and money on recreation. What we started doing was we started eating less outside and we started cooking at home. And most importantly, we reduced our food wastage. So the food wastage was converted into supporting those who are challenged with income and their livelihood. So creating a new lifestyle, which was also focused on a healthier lifestyle, became part of Sri Lankan community and social norm. So the second thing, going local. Now, what happened was there was communities that started getting developed. And I'm giving you, I'm sure again, this may not be something very new, but we started developing communities. And when I say we, I talk about the Sri Lankan community, the Sri Lankan people. And there was a lot of encouragement to go into made in Sri Lanka products. And, Sri Lanka has so much of natural resources from coconut, rubber, tea. We have a handloom industry, and creativity started coming out. And there was a push towards think local, produce local, buy local. So this provided Sri Lankan entrepreneurs and companies new opportunities. And therefore they could actually address this COVID impact and self-sustainability. So we were actually a country, I'm sure India was quite a self-sustained country. Sri Lanka was not, Sri Lanka was into exports, but we were also very heavily into imports. Our imports are quite high compared to our exports. Some things that we could have produced in Sri Lanka, we actually were importing. So while the imports market was still happening, there was a restriction on non-essential items. Certain luxury items that we could have produced in Sri Lanka were even more beautifully. So if you see some of these things, this tea set is made from coconut shell. And this is a batik. It's a Sri Lankan handloom batik handbag. And these are dishes made of banana leaf. So Sri Lanka started getting more and more creative and started identifying opportunities to use our own resources in very innovative manners, and new industries, new entrepreneurs, a lot of SMEs started emerging. And in the middle of all this, there were also investors that started seeing opportunity in new business ventures. So going local was an opportunity that we identified as a business community. And the next thing, this happened by default, diversification of businesses. So you would see a lot of tourism industry. They started converting to educate people and prepare them for planning their tours in the future. So they were not telling, go today. They were telling them, plan for your future, plan for your relaxation, plan for your well-being. They started introducing mental well-being retreats, online webinars for mental well-being. And then there was internal expeditions and outings for small groups. So whereas Sri Lankans they were familiar with our environment, but then they started promoting the beauty of Sri Lanka. And then most Sri Lankans started visiting more and more places in Sri Lanka. A lot of Sri Lankans who have not visited, or who did not know about certain beautiful sites of Sri Lanka started visiting this. And in fact, they started introducing the tourism and hospitality industry started introducing, of course, naturally, online food and grocery delivery and home catering, as well as home packs. So we found restaurants diversified. They converted into online ordering and delivery. Sri Lanka started a new, actually reinforced an old tradition where the old food trucks, lorries, and the carts with vendors and vegetables and other essential items, they started visiting homes. And what happened there was a human touch, because when you start coming in a vegetable lorry and different innovative methods, they started visiting your homes with the human touch. And you started feeling, you started developing a different and a more positive bond. And then Sri Lanka also has different apparel, linen, etc. And they started doing embroidery. They started making, masks that were designed to match your clothing. So, so the garment factory started getting into masks, and also they started adding value to the masks. So now if you see sometimes we would like to match the mask that we are wearing. We like little flower designs. Even I have, masks with little embroidery and, lace, all that kind of thing. So industry started diversifying. They did not give up. So sometimes you would see complete changes in industry. You will see an event management company completely transferring into a food industry because they saw the opportunity there, but they did not close their business. They used their same resources and just tweaked their strategy. So diversification was a great opportunity that we identified, and many people diversified industries as well. So online education. Of course, online education was has become a very important thing, and it is and just like what is happening now, where there is vertical and horizontal integration amongst countries, and there is knowledge being shared. So many other platforms. Sri Lanka is happening, but education is in learning in different countries, because now we would pursue a degree in Sri Lanka. You do not have to travel to another country. So your tuition fees comes down, your entire education fees comes down. You can have that same quality education online. We never thought that online education would be productive, but there is so much knowledge, there is so much that we are learning to adapt to, and you can actually bring the human touch even from a distant learning or online education. So that was an opportunity where significantly we started seeing online education growing. And along with that, a lot of diversified professions came in. So doctor was talking about, mental well-being being one of the challenges. And with the emerging need of counselors and support for mental well-being, there was a emergence of new professions for life and business coaches. A lot of individuals started getting into life and business coaching. A lot of therapists offered free group and online webinars. There were training programs that were targeted at goal setting, because now we identified that there is a need to develop goals. We must set our goals and we must revive our country. So the only way of reviving the country is by reviving the mental state of its employees and those who can contribute to the economy. So we started focusing more on mental healing programs, mindfulness, books, discussion groups, and so much of focus on mental well-being and mental health. And this created an opportunity even for professions. And this is something, even though there was initially no monetary gain, people started, people in the community, people who have the ability to coach others and mentor others, started doing this so that we can uplift our nation together. So this was the opportunity for mental well-being and mental well-being as a profession. And virtual productivity. So in Sri Lanka and in the world, I'm sure there are many platforms of networking. There is BNI, Toastmasters, Rotary, JCI, and now even the same thing that you are doing, which is collaborating and sharing knowledge. So the virtual productivity using effective technology was something that we effectively used, and using the global platforms, using the knowledge and sharing knowledge with other countries became something that we adapted to enhance our abilities to collaborate for future, to share knowledge and learn from best practices. So the effective use of technology, along with virtual officers, even virtual employees, and even flexible work arrangements. Now it is a norm for us to work from home, to work virtually. And even though we thought that other countries were not accessible to us, we are now interacting, engaging, and working together with individuals, organizations, and so many professions from different countries. So if not for the COVID, we wouldn't have thought this was a possibility. Though this was there as a trend, we never thought of making use of it, of harnessing its potential to enhance our knowledge and capability. So this was one more opportunity that we saw. And in conclusion, I'd like to share a few success stories. I'll take 5 more minutes to share a few success stories where we emerged, where we thought, okay, now it's time for us to emerge stronger, rising above this tide, you know, and what are we going to do together? So I'm just going to share a few success stories of people I know myself who have not, you know, taken this situation, become demoralized, demotivated, and given up, because we cannot give up. We have to grow. This is the new normal. We must grow. And some of the highest growth in human, the highest potential in humans, the highest personal growth and development has happened in the year 2020. There are so many testimonials of people who said, we have identified and discovered our potential in the year 2020. Because we were pushed against so much of challenges, we had no choice, we have no option but find our strength and inner potential. So these are some things. So, is actually it started off as a grocery, gas, food. So a lot of Sri Lanka, it is a Sri Lankan online payment gateway. When Pay Here started, they had only one bank signed up. Then now they have actually 5 leading banks signed up, and they have crossed 2 million Sri Lankan rupees. So they have expanded using online payment. Sri Lankans, they were using online payment, and you know, they were familiar with it, but a lot more Sri Lankans started going digital. They started seeing the convenience of online transactions. And Pick a Book is another, it is another community that was developed for creating the habit and inculcating the habit of reading. And this was founded in Sri Lanka. And then it's expanded into 4 countries, including India. And this is what you can see the launch in Visakhapatnam. And of course, the lady who launched it was actually a doctor. So the purpose behind this was to, again, incorporate knowledge, to inculcate the positive thinking and different genres of learning for people through books. And the community has now expanded to 4 countries, and more are catching on. So this was another one success story. And self-motivation. This was something that we had to do. We have to look for inspiration and work on the things that make us feel better. So many people started to sing, read, draw, cook. People discovered different challenges, different talents. So this is a person who actually was a business manager. He was a sales manager. And this is all the food that he started making. He started preparing his food and started sharing this on social media. So you will see he became, so while he was waiting for his profession to come back, he started designing and started cooking beautiful food. And this became another business for him. So all this food is the food that he started cooking. And then people started discovering their passion, their talent, and redesigning new actions. So if you see again, here is 2 other individuals. So the one person is a real estate agent, and he became a writer and a trainer. So he saw an opportunity and his skill for actually training and coaching people. And then he started emerging in that area. And the other person here you see is an HR manager, an HR professional. So he realized and he revived his talent and his passion for art. So he actually, not that he became an artist, he started using that time to develop his art business as well. And then these are some of his art. And all these things that they shared started inspiring people. Okay, we are not going to stop here. We are not going to get confined. Even in the time that we are at home, we are going to start doing different things, even if it's outside our profession. So this is rediscovering yourself and then reinventing yourself. So this was a school teacher. He started getting into photography and poetry because he had time. There was online education happening. So he started doing a lot of different things to create mental peace for himself. And finally, a lot of people started creating better bonds. There was social distancing, but we never forgot emotional proximity. We thought, even if it's online, there is such a huge opportunity to create an emotional bond. You can be talking in front of a screen, but then you can actually have that personal touch. So we identified that we are not going to let this come in the way of creating emotional bonds, even though we practice the social distancing. And finally, I'd like to say, rewire your brain. This was the most important thing that we all can do and what we are all doing, because we must never forget that the possibilities are endless. And I'd like to take a little bit to talk about the RAS, the reticular activating system in our mind. So our brain will filter, the things that are most focused for us. So what we focus on actually happens. It programs. So your mind can actually program to filter in from the million bits of information that we are exposed to, the few things that we focus on. So if we focus on the positives, our RS is going to bring the positives towards us. It's going to bring the things that we require to grow towards us. But if we start focusing on the negatives, our RS will only see the negatives. So what happened was we started educating people on using the power of your mind to start developing your goals, focusing on your goals, writing your goals, creating actions to achieve your goals. And when that happens, your mind automatically by default starts focusing on it. So therefore we started introducing, we ourselves as communities started, developing these habits for ourselves, gratitude for what we have, gratitude for the situations that we are in, the positives in our life, writing vision boards for what we want, writing goals, creating positive environments, and also to positively impact others and share positivity with others through discussions and communities. So when that happened, it actually started revealing the people, information, and the opportunities that help you. So today is one such opportunity I think that my RAS has created to speak to this audience, to speak to some wonderful people, a great audience, and such a lot of intellect, and to learn from them and to share a little bit of knowledge that I can from this part of the world. So I'd like to thank Professor and KSKW College for inviting me, and really happy that you let us share and learn from each other, and looking forward to even more success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable thoughts and providing information on the service sector of Sri Lanka. I hope we will maintain these relations in future also. Now, I request to my colleague Rupali Jadhav to introduce the chairperson of the second technical session, Dr. Kavaljit Kaur ma'am, Associate Professor from HGGS College, Chandigarh. Dr. Srimati Rupali Jadhav ma'am, for the introduction of Kavaljit Kaur ma'am. Over to Rupali Jadhav.
Good afternoon, everyone. I introduce this session chairperson, Dr. Kavaljit Kaur Madam. She is an associate professor in economics. She has a 32 years experience in UG and PG. She is a specialized in banking industry and health. She has a 15 years experience in research. She is a research guide of 4 students and degree awarded to 1 student. She completed minor research project with UGC doing research project ICSSR. She got 4 awards, published 8 books, 52 papers published in reputed journals. She presented 90 papers in national and international conference. She is organized 2 international conference in Bhutan. She is a national and international conference organized at SGGS College, Chandigarh. She is a life member of Indian Economic Association, Association of Socio-Economic Development Society, Chandigarh Economic Development Association, EC member of IEA. So I request chairperson to share her views.
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm grateful to the
Ma'am, first check your
authorities
camera.
of the-
Ma'am, please set your camera properly.
Yes, I hope now it is okay. So I'm grateful to the authorities at college who has given me this opportunity to chair the session on impact of COVID-19 on service sector. So I was just listening to the Ms. Shamina Pale from Sri Lanka, who has given beautifully picture of the Sri Lanka, how they were impacted by the COVID-19 and how ultimately they were able to absorb it and they were able to find the new opportunities, new avenues. So my speech will be on the Indian side. So how we have impacted and how we are dealing with all this. The outbreak of COVID-19 has impacted nations in an enormous way, especially the nationwide lockdowns, which have brought social and economic life to a standstill. There is a multi-sectoral impact of the virus on the economic activities of nations have slowed down. A 2019 joint report from the WHO and the World Bank estimated the impact of such a pandemic at 2.2% to 4.8% of global GDP. And it was the worst economic fallout since the Great Depression of 1930s. The COVID-19 pandemic affected the manufacturing and the service sector, hospitality, tours and travels, healthcare, retail, banks, hotels, real estate, education, health, IT, recreation, media, and others. The economic stress has started and will grow rapidly. While lockdown and social distancing resulted in productivity loss on the one hand, they cause a sharp decline in demand for goods and services by the consumers in the market on the other hand. Thus, they led to a collapse in the economic activity. But however, lockdown, social distancing, and masks are the only cost-effective tools available to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Now we can see some of the sectoral implications of COVID-19 pandemic in India. The tourism industry is the worst affected due to the COVID crisis internationally. The World Tourism Organization 2020 estimates depict a fall of 20 to 30% in the international tourist arrivals. These figures are based on present circumstances and they are likely to increase or decrease in the future. Millions of people associated with the industry are likely to lose their jobs. In India, otherwise, travel and tourism industry is flourishing and is contributing hugely to the economy, but now everything is in the doldrum. The FICCI report titled India Inbound Tourism, Unlocking the Opportunities, described India as a tourism powerhouse and the largest market in South Asia. Tourism in India accounted for 9.2% of GDP and had generated $247.3 billion in 2018. And it has created 26.7 million jobs. And currently, it is the 8th largest country in terms of contribution to GDP. But now, according to the reports, this sector is expected to provide employment to nearly 53 million people. Foreign tourist arrivals crossed 10 million in 3 years back. But however, the coronavirus pandemic has restricted international mobility, and the revenue generated by this sector will take a major toll on the GDP growth rate. It may bring a downfall of 0.45% in the growth rate of GDP. The aviation sector in India currently contributes $72 billion to India's GDP. But foreign tourist arrival has been down in the first and second quarter. The lockdown will have a significant impact on arrivals in the second as well as third quarter. If we estimate a conservative 25% decline in the contribution of the aviation sector, it will amount to $18 billion loss. Railways alone contributed $27.13 billion in 2019 to the GDP. But a 21-day lockdown in India, it has brought down the revenue by $1.56 billion. Then we see the Indian retail industry. It was worth $790 billion in the financial year 2019. It accounts for over 10% of the country's GDP and around 8% of employment. A month-long shutdown for retail will affect the Q2 and Q3 revenues. In the retail sector, the suppressed demand has a tendency to revive very fast, and this will enable the sector to recover the losses once the lockdown is lifted. And now it is hope that the lockdown is lifted and the things are coming to normalcy. Online retail was operational in some parts of the country during even the lockdown period, and this really has helped in offsetting some of the losses for the industry. Now we have to see what are the policy and program implications of this COVID-19 are. Now, coronavirus pandemic demand coordinated policies. On the one hand, fiscal policy, on the other hand, monetary policy, which can deal with it. The fiscal measures include paying the healthcare bill raised by the pandemic, providing for masks, gloves, testing kits, PPE kits, ventilators, ICU beds, quarantine wards, medicines, and other equipment would mean a huge increase in healthcare spending. And already public spending on healthcare in India is only 1.1% of GDP. It is likely to increase in the current fiscal year, and the government has already given a relief package, the biggest package so far, which was equivalent to 10% of the GDP. This will be used to make cash transfers to the poor and other vulnerable sections of the society. The sectors that are affected the most is MSME and the farms. They will be supported by another relief package which the government is providing day by day. Then tourism and other sectors which are integrated with global supply chains, they need further support because tax revenue are dropping due to the recession. Fiscal receipts are also dropping at least 2% of the GDP, and all these fiscal measures, they will increase the fiscal deficit. The crisis emerging from the coronavirus spread will pull down investment and consumption demand. Conventionally, what we see, the demand side components of GDP, they account for 72.1% consumption, out of which government consumption is only 11.9%. The government will have to increase the spending in order to boost demand, and that is the only solution. Without boosting of demand, we can't do anything, we can't revive the economy. Support to different sectors will have to be given as a measure to boost investment demand. Repo rate has been reduced by 75 basis points as part of a loose monetary policy. So government is trying to have a cheap monetary policy. The Federal Reserve had cut its interest rate by 1 percentage point and decided to keep it in the range of 0 to 0.25% in the USA. Monetary policy is less effective in dealing with such a pandemic because the problem is not of liquidity alone. The disruption of economic activity and the uncertainty of future bring down the investment sentiment. So both monetary policy and fiscal policy, they must be used alongside. Then we can see the impact on startups and micro, small and medium enterprises, as even Ma'am Shamina was explaining about these. So micro, small and medium enterprises, which have created more than 90% of the jobs in India, employing over 114 million people and contributing 30% of the GDP, are at the risk of having a severe cash crunch due to the lockdown. Many of these MSMEs have loan obligations and they have to pay monthly EMIs, and many of them might just disappear if their cash cycle is disturbed because of the lockdown, because they have to pay the fixed cost. They need a moratorium for loan repayments. RBI has released funds to non-banking financial corporations, some of whom provide finance to MSMEs. Several founders are seeing their businesses grinding to a halt. That is a very, very severe situation. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to rethink on these strategies. Integration with global supply chains also make the nation susceptible to global supply shocks. The survey had mentioned, as no other country can match China in the abundance of the labor, we must grab the space getting vacated in labor-intensive sectors. And MSME is one of the most labor-intensive sectors. The COVID-19 pandemic posed a huge threat to the mainstay of a global production because the mobility of Chinese migrant workers was restricted and the production activity had come to a halt. A rise in demand for commodities, if the virus does not get contained, will increase prices even when there is global supply shock and unemployment rates are high, and that is when stagflation can set in. So we have to think very seriously on these issues. The Indian economy will be largely protected from these global upheavals because Indian producers, except in a few sectors, is not a participant in the global supply chains. But global firms, in an attempt to bring down costs, have left themselves dangerously exposed to supply chain risk. The global industry relies on just-in-time reversement of products, and thus they maintain very low inventories. Regions worst affected by COVID-19, for example, in the Chinese, Wuhan and Shanghai are the places where multinational companies in mobile, car and optical fiber manufacturing depend on for assembly line operations. Indian firms should assess their supply chain risk before they start sourcing from the world or integrate their supply chains with global supply chains. India needs to rethink on its development paradigm. Equal access to health and education is an important condition for equitable development. An important lesson that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us, the policymakers in India, is to provide greater impetus to sectors which make better allocation of resources and reduce income inequalities. COVID-19 has also taught us a lesson that in crisis, the population returns to rely on the farm sector, and India has a large arable land, but the farm sector has its own structural problems. Already farmers in India, they are protesting against the 3 laws which are made by the central government during the lockdown. However, directly or indirectly, 50% of the households still depend on the farm sector. A greater support to MSMEs, higher public expenditure on health and education, and making the labor force a formal employee in the economy are some of the milestones that the nation has to achieve. The COVID-19 pandemic has provided an opportunity to expedite the process of labor reforms. Financial inclusion with labor reforms will help in increasing wages and reducing unemployment. Before the advent of this modern state, the social security was largely community-based in India. The community, specifically the small villages and cities, they used to take care of the old, poor, and the vulnerable sections of the society. Sharing food or giving food as alms was a part of daily routine and was an important part of our culture. Many charitable works for the community were undertaken by those who had resources within the community. At the time of the crisis, the state provided help, but a large part of the help came from local social workers. After the creation of modern state, community-based social security measures were discontinued. State-sponsored social security net for all is yet to be developed in India. Social security measures are segregated. It is time to provide a social security card to everyone in the country along with a 100% financial inclusion, which already the Modi government has started. Availability of advanced digital technology can easily make this possible in India. Massive migrant laborers, news of some of them dying as a result of walking miles in the scorching sun, and many remaining hungry for days are some of the most disturbing images of the lockdown. Duplication of relief efforts in the absence of a formal social security net and having no way to reach the last mile where a part of the population remains left out are some of the realities that have been brought forward by the pandemic. It is high time to create a robust state-sponsored social security net for every citizen of the country. In the conclusion, I would say that the spiraling and pervasive COVID-19 pandemic has distorted the world's thriving economy in unpredictable and ambiguous terms. But it significantly indicated that the current downturn seems primarily different from recessions of the past, which had jolted the country's economic order. It is undoubtedly the need of the hour to prepare for a future that is sustainable, structurally more viable for living as well as for working. While the unprecedented situation has caused a great damage to the economy, especially during lockdowns, the nation will have to work its way through it by introduction of fiscal measures, monetary measures, as a national government envisions protection of both lives and livelihood. Both are required equally. The economic activity must begin screening of the labor force strict in order for the health of the workers. While policy and reform should be doled out by the government adequately to salvage the economy, the industry, civil societies, and communities have an equal role in maintaining the equilibrium. Means everybody must participate in this. The norms of social distancing, avoiding or cancelling gatherings, and use of masks and sanitizer should be the way of life till we are able to eradicate the virus. During this time, the economy is just at post with social behavior of humankind. So the responsibility of bringing back economic action is not of government alone. Every one of us is responsible how to bring back all these things. And here, beautifully, Shamina ma'am has told us how the Sri Lankan economy were able to discover the new opportunities, the new lifestyle, how they were able to diversify the business, and even our Modi government, so they have pronounced for local, that we have to produce the goods in our own country. The risk of a global recession due to COVID-19 in 2020 and 21 would be extremely high, as it has been observed globally that the shutdown of all economic activities, production, consumption, and trade to control the spread of COVID-19 is imminent. The nature of shutdown is unique in case of COVID-19 due to a supply shock, a demand shock, and a market shock. The three shocks were together. That is why it has become a pandemic. And the recovery in economy depends on the timings and the magnitude of the government support, as well as the level of corporate debt and how the companies and markets cope with lower demand. Government assistance to those most in need is a critical measure to save many lives. However, every crisis brings about a unique opportunity to rethink on the path undertaken for the development of a human being, community, and society. The COVID-19 pandemic has a clear message for the Indian economy to adopt sustainable development models, new lifestyle, diversification of business, diversification of agriculture, vocal for local, which are based on three things: self-reliance, inclusive framework, and are environment friendly. Only then, finally, we can say that we have recovered from the deadly disease that is coronavirus or COVID-19. So as Shamina ma'am has said, that self-motivation plays very important role. We can have different tailors. We can discover within our own self, our own inner talents can come outside. And one of the best examples she was giving that we have learned many things online. Online education is there. So that is why today we have speakers from all over world. So ma'am was from Sri Lanka, other was from Malaysia. So it is the new technology, the new way. Had there been no COVID-19, there would have been no online education, no webinar. Now we can have international webinar. So we should try to have these new opportunities. So Ma'am Shamina has beautifully explained all these things. I'm just repeating her words. And then mental health, that is very important because of lockdown. So some of us are facing very serious mental issues. So spirituality path that also can take new path. Yoga has become more now a part of life of everyone. Because of these things, the rush, we were rushing, we were behind the nature. So we just forget that nature is there. How can we compete with nature? It is all the nature. So the coronavirus has impacted us. So we have again learned that how to counter these things and how to behave with the nature. We should not uproot the nature, rather we should try to live with the nature, and virtual productivity we can have, and we can best use of our technology, and with flexibility of this technology, we can have the benefit of these international webinars with a wonderful audience we can have. So that is what I want to say. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Kawaljit ma'am, for guiding us in our international webinar on the topic of service industry, and you are well discussing on service industry, service sector of the Indian point of view. And Shamima ma'am also consider the service industry of Sri Lanka. Now, it is really a thoughtful message to all of us and how to survive in this pandemic. Okay. Now, I request my colleague, Ms. Varsha Morade, to express her vote of thanks for this second technical session of our international webinar. Over to Varsha Morade.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now I offered vote of thanks to the resource person Shamina Pillai and chairperson Dr. Kanwaljit Kaur, who has chaired the session. The session was really informative and helpful in all manner. The session has reflected the impact of COVID-19 on service sector. The topic covered by resource person Shamina Pillai about the how to survive Sri Lankan in this pandemic situation, and also impact on agriculture, industry, services and tourism sector of Sri Lanka. I also thank to the chairperson Dr. Kanwaljit Kaur, ma'am, for giving their important views on impact on service sector. And thanks to my colleague Rupali Zadav, who introduced the chairperson and resource person. And also thanks to audience to hearing patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Morade ma'am. Good afternoon and welcome again for the third technical session of our international webinar on global impact of COVID-19 on commerce and economics. Presently, we are into our third session of today's seminar. The guest of this session is Dr. Lakshmanan Ramatha, President and National Coordinator, Brahma Kumaris, Malaysia. And the chairperson of this session is Dr. Atul Salunke sir, Principal of C.D. Deshmukh College, Roha, Raigad. Now I request my colleague, Mr. Manoj Gawle, for the introduction of Dr. Ramatha sir.
Good afternoon and welcome all of you for third session. It's my pleasure to introduce the resource person of this session, Lechuman Ramatha. He is a president and national coordinator of Brahma Kumaris, Malaysia. Qualification of Mr. Lechuman Ramatha. He holds a bachelor degree in chemical engineering in Malaysia. Later, he successfully from youth fellowship to undertake a master degree in public management, Singapore. Mr. Lechu also mastered the subject of meditation and spirituality taught at the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University, Mount Abu, India. The experience of Mr. Lechumanan as a government officer from 1983, Mr. Lechu governed vast experience, knowledge, and networking on policy analysis in various sectors such as energy, environment, biodiversity, and biosafety. In recognition of his contribution to the nation and community, the government of Malaysia awarded him with a datorship. Today's our third session topic is role of spirituality in building resilience. Now I would like to request Mr. Lechumana Ramatha to share his views.
Ramatha sir, are you there? Okay, just a minute, we'll just check out.
Okay, now it is it is
Got
on.
access? Thank you.
Okay, first of
Sorry
all,
for, yeah, thank you.
I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share with you the role of spirituality in building resilience. First of all, I like to say that, in today's world, there is so much of negativity. All the time, there's lot more negativity than positivity. You can see how the world has become so degraded. You look at the character of the people, look at the degeneration of values. Some 100 years ago, when I used to see film, in the film, it also talks about corruption. 100 years ago. But when we saw the film at the current time, we enjoyed it. But now, after 100 years, you look at in every part of the world, there is so much of corruption. And there is so much of negativity. There's natural disaster, there's a financial problem, so much of fear. The world is full of peacelessness. It is negative. To me, it is a fact that the adverse situations in the world are increasing. It has become totally negative and it is already influencing people. The vibrations of negativity is already influencing people, and also the health of the people are being influenced by the negativity of the world. So what do we have to do now? It is negative. What do we need to do now? So we have to be living in this world with the ability that despite it is negative, I am able to take care of myself. I am able to protect myself from the negativity and live in the world with so much of happiness. I am sure there is not much of happiness in this world. Really, in every country, there's much more sorrow increasing. It's not that people want, it is just happening. So the way to stop it from happening is that each one of us, we have to really develop the inner quality, inner ability, so that I can withstand these negative qualities. So my resilience have to be improved. I cannot control the outer environment. I cannot control people's habit. I cannot control people's nature, but I can control my own nature. So therefore, we have to develop our own resilience. What is resilience? Resilience is your immune power, your body immune power, your mind's immune power. You know, when we want to teach our children to learn positivity, we really teach them. But when it comes to negativity, we don't teach them negativity. The negativity is picked up from the environment. So the negative environment is so strong, is influencing all the youngsters now, and situations are getting bad at all levels. So therefore, we really have to develop the resilience of the mind. And as a result of developing the resilience of the mind, we can develop the resilience of the body. Because when you stop thinking negatively, and in that way, you are the one who are first affected before the negative thing affect somebody else. You see, we don't realize that we become negative. So first we have to really make our mind positive, then the body will naturally be affected by the vibrations, and it will be able to stand any kind of adversity, any kind of disease. Now, one thing I know that the body has the immune power, but even if the body has immune power, if I am negative, that immune power will not remain with me. I remember a person who's my colleague, who is a manager, and then she went to do some checkup in the hospital, and the hospital, the doctors say that she has cancer stage 4. And within 1 week, she passed away. But when she never knew what was wrong, she was just going on, just go and check what is wrong. But it was already 4th stage. But if she has not gone to see the doctor, she probably would have survived longer. So what I'm saying is, the moment your mind is negative, every cell in your body is going to be negative. So a person with cancer is thinking that I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. And every cell tells itself, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. And truly enough, she left her body after 1 week. So the power of the mind is much, much more stronger than the power of the brain. So therefore, we have to build this immune power so that we can grow in both ways, in terms of body healthy and the mind healthy. Now, according to a study conducted in Japan, they say hypertension, somebody got hypertension, the normal doctor will say there's a lot of salt in the body. But this study also says that that is one thing, but there is hypertension because that person is not able to control his emotions. You know, emotions are has a very high energy content. So if it is negative, then the body is impacted by very high negative energy level. Similarly also, cholesterol is caused by fatty food. So you reduce eating cholesterol. But another reason is that is cholesterol accumulates because I eat fatty food, but I am lazy. I don't want to go and do some exercise. I just want to sit and eat and eat and eat. So what is the reason for increase in cholesterol? Not only is eating more cholesterol, he doesn't want to do his exercise as a habit. It's a habit of being lazy is also one of the reasons for high cholesterol. Asthma, for example. You know, asthma is a disruption of oxygen, but they also say people who have asthma, they have a lot of sad feelings. Diabetics, for example, because they take a lot of sugar, yes, seemingly, but why do they go and take so much of sugar? They are selfish. You know, they just want to do what they like to do. Or they have stubborn attitude. I remember there was a person, of course that person is old, diabetics, and the children were taking care. But when the children are not at home, that person will go and look for sugar and take a lot of sugar, and he will take the sugar, make a drink or just put inside the mouth. And then when the children come and ask, did you take sugar? They will say no. But they know he has taken because the spill of sugar. So like that is people's character that is causing a lot of disease. Kidney stone, people who got kidney stone, it seems they have lot of hatred feelings for others. It seems they are the people who always bottle up their feelings, bottle up their negative feelings. So it is there's a clear link that our character is bringing, making, affecting our health of the body. Apart from whatever other wrong things according to medicine. So therefore, what we have to do here, it says that hey, everything is because your negativity, you know. The world is negative because there are more people who are negative in the world. That's it. If I want to change it, I want to change the state of my health, then I have to see that I have to change my nature, my character, the dominating character. Until I change the dominating character, I will remain as I am. My kidney stone will remain and my asthma will remain, and I will be easily affected by some germs. All this will happen. So therefore, I now have to bring a drastic change in me, a new paradigm in my life that I need to change. I need to bring positive qualities in me. So from negative, I am going to be positive now. From vicious, the world is very vicious now. No? There's so much of fighting, so much of hatredness. Religious people also, so much of hatredness. Where are we going? There's so from vicious to virtuous. Religious people are supposed to be virtuous. Virtue is a reflection of how someone is really very virtuous. There's so much of spirituality in that person. There's so much of virtues in that person. A virtuous person is the real religious person. And also, I must change from weak to strong. But all of us, we want to change from weak to strong. But where can I get the strength to change? I want positivity, but where can I get this positivity? We can't just say, I need to change, but what is the source? This is where spirituality comes into account. You are the one who are affected. But I like to ask you a question. Who are you? What are you? Do I know the answer to that? Most of us, we will say, I am this body. Because everything I do, I'm doing through this body. And therefore, I identify and say, this is my body. But where is the mind? Where is the mind? This is my body. Where is the mind? Can you see the mind? You can't see. Can you see your mind? You cannot see. This is where. This is what we really are. The mind, the soul. This is what we are. The living energy inside us. This is what we are. We are not this body. This is where we made the greatest mistake. That we really forgot that we are the body. There is no awareness of the body, of the soul at all. So the solution to building resilience in ourselves is to create very deep awareness that I am a soul. I am not this body. So what? I am a body. Without it, so what? I am a soul. Without me having the awareness of the soul, the positivity, because the soul, deep inside, there's a lot of positivity, there's a lot of virtues, there's a lot of strength. The people who do meditation, they go deep inside them and they're able to take it out. They're very strong people in terms of their mind. And we too, even though we are not meditating, we need to become very strong people in our mind. Only then we will be able to face whatever is happening in this world, whatever adverse situations and whatever degree of adversity. If I am a meditator, I will be able to make myself very strong. Actually, deep inside us, I mentioned about a lot of positivity. For example, today people are not happy. Every weakness, every negativity, the outcome is I am not happy. See, today people are not happy. But there is a lot of happiness in the soul. So what do I need to do in order to be able to take that happiness from inside? All I have to do is I have to talk to myself that I am not this body. Think, pause and think, I am not this body. Logically speaking, I am not this body. I am the soul, the energy that is driving this body, the energy that's communicating with the brain. Many of you know, people say we are about soul, Atma. Atma is the invisible light. You cannot see through your eyes. I can see you only through I can see you through my eyes. I, the soul, I can see you through my eyes. And you, the soul, you are able to see me through your eyes. But the soul alone, without the body, it cannot see. So such is the soul. The soul is invisible. The soul is eternal. The soul is indestructible. And the soul is so powerful. People look at atom. The atom is so small, you cannot see, but we know it exists. And where there's an explosion of atomic bomb, you know how much of energy that came out and how much of destruction has been brought. So anything that is not visible, very powerful. The soul is invisible, and therefore the soul conceptually has a lot of energy. But I have to realize it and develop it. It's not that by overnight I will be able to tap that resource. It will take some time. But as you begin to know about this more and more, you will find that there's some new energy inside you. Your way of thinking will always be positive. And you like to see positive also. So like that, we have happiness inside us. We have purity inside us. Imagine a baby the purity in the baby. Every person like a baby. Why? Because of the purity of the baby, of the purity of the soul that is in the body of the baby. And that purity came because the soul was 8 months in the womb, in the body, and the soul couldn't do anything. Imagine if you, for 8 months, you didn't do anything, you are totally close to the external world. So much of silence power, so much of purity power would have developed inside the baby, the soul, the baby, the soul. And so when the baby comes out, it is so pure and has such attraction from others. Similar, so that is the example, the attraction of the baby is the example that we too can develop such attraction because we too, deep inside us, we have a lot of purity, totally pure. We are created by the Supreme Soul as a creation. The creation has to be like the Creator. If God is ocean in terms of purity, then I am master ocean. I have the right to experience purity. I have the right to be peaceful. I have the right to be happy. So whenever extreme situations come, that I can talk to myself like that. For example, somebody is angry with you. He is angry for whatever reason, but he's throwing the anger on you. Now you have a choice. One choice is you listen to that anger and you allow that anger to go inside you. And then when the anger goes inside you, there is already anger inside you because we are living in this old world. So that anger inside you will get its life. It will become living now. Then because it gets the negative energy of anger, extra negative energy of anger, then it becomes living, then you get angry. Then now we pause and think, why do I get angry? He gets angry for whatever reason. I didn't do anything wrong. Then why should I get angry? I should remain cool. Because I have ego. My ego says, no, how come you remain cool? You should give them back. Take a revenge. That's what negativity will say. But if I hold to the policy, I take a commitment that despite a negative situation and environment around me, I want to really make that effort that I want to be positive. It's difficult. What is it that in the world not difficult in the beginning? Everything is difficult in the beginning. So start practicing it. As you start practicing it, you will find that this love for people, this respect for people will gradually grow in you, and you realize that you now have certain power to control yourself. And this is where you develop the confidence that by having this awareness, by doing meditation, your power grows, and you are improving yourself. And you have that control. And there's so much of knowledge in the soul. What I'm sharing with you, you will learn many things more if you are interested. But there's much more knowledge inside you. All of us souls, we are knowledgeful and we are knowledge generators. The knowledge comes from inside you because there is so much of knowledge. And because you have the real awareness that you are the soul, your intellectual ability will be very pure, very clean, and you'll be able to see everything very clearly. And the intellect generates clear ideas about what is happening outside, what I need to do, and what is happening inside. So this is where the source of power is. And the source of power, they are intrinsic, which means that nobody can remove it. When somebody becomes negative, they're just emerging the negativity. They are merging the good qualities. The good qualities are inside. That's how it will happen. So now let me now stop coming into negativity gradually. Then you will find that my positive qualities, my virtues are gradually coming out and coming out and coming out. And I need to apply that. Whatever comes out from me, if I apply that, if they get angry, I didn't get angry, I applied. So therefore, my ability to remain peaceful will increase. Like this, it will continue to increase. There are varieties of knowledge, varieties of spiritual power, the power to tolerate, the power to face. For example, people are scared of facing death. I think the ultimate fear is the fear of facing death. But for one who has spirituality, who knows the knowledge of the soul, he will say, there's no death. Even we, in an ordinary way, we will say, oh, we take rebirth. So if you take rebirth, then what are you? You are not the body, because the body will be buried and becomes something. So I am a soul, and my life goes on and on and on. I never die. So there is no fear. Fear comes because I have not understood my real identity. So our real identity is we are powerful souls. Powerful in every virtues. There are 36 virtues. We are powerful. But now we have to spare time so that I am able to imbibe it. Now I've asked a lot of people. Some people ask me, what are you doing when you are meditating and all that? You do nothing, no? You just sit there and they laugh. This fellow is doing nothing and doing meditation. What do you get out of it? You don't earn anything. How would you survive? In a friendly way, they say. But actually, the people who have learned meditation, they are the one who face the toughest obstacle in life, because they have to become example for others. And so they normally go through toughest obstacle, something that will make him. People use the word Maya, and Maya want to make you weak, want to make you weak. Such negativity will come and attack. But because they have a certain aim, certain purpose, I'm here in this world, I want to become an example for others. If I can become an example for others, then others feel that, oh, we too can become like this person, developing the ability to be able to control the vices in us and allow only virtues to come out. So we have so much inside ourselves. Are we prepared to spend some time? Are we prepared to invest some time? People like to chase after money. They work hard, so much hard work, and they collect money. But after doing so much of hard work, not attending to the health of the body, then you spend a lot of money to pay for medicine, this and that. But end of the day, what is it that we are chasing for? Is it money that we are chasing for? Is it money that's everything? For me, I want to be happy. In India, sometimes I see simple people are more happier than the rich people. And simplicity is one of the quality of the soul. If I'm always simple-minded, be easy about things, don't take burden on you, then I can be very happy. When I know that I am a soul, the way to feel the soul is, I keep saying I'm a soul, and I pause, and I feel the soul, I'm light, I'm energy. I live forever. I'm so powerful. And I can keep thinking the qualities of the soul, pause, and you can start feeling it over a period of time. This is called detachment. So in practical life, when there are negative things happening around us, we just detach from the negative thing. See, but don't see. See and go beyond. See and go beyond. Don't get attracted by negative things. This is how we can be free from affected by people's habit, the negative thing that people do, the negative words that people throw at you. I don't have to get affected by that. I'm totally detached from the body, and I am feeling myself as a soul. And that feeling pushes away any negative vibrations that comes towards me. Then I'm free. So like this, we actually have the resilience power, and we have to keep reminding ourselves that I am the living soul. I have got everything that I need in my life. I am totally independent, but I need to do the work of spending time with myself and going inside the soul by describing the qualities of the soul. And in that process, you will discover more and more. For example, love. Today, everyone is thirsty for love. Small children are thirsty for love. Grown-up ones are so thirsty for love. But nobody is prepared to give love all the time. Nobody. Even your own mother is not just prepared, is not able to give love all the time. If I'm going to give you love all the time, there must be a supply for me. I must be able to take from a source. Otherwise, I will not be able to share that love. I need to learn that. The sharing is good, but as we are sharing, generally, we will also receive some love from somewhere. That is the principle of giving away. But more than that, if I am able to really realize that I myself, I am the source of love, that I experience that deep love in me, and whatever I share, I do, that's mixed with that love. And whoever listening, they are not just listening the word, but they also get to feel the feelings of love. So feeling the power of the soul, sometimes we can say, okay, there's love in the soul. We can just talk that, no, I'm a loveful person, I'm a loveful person. It's not enough. It's good. It's not enough. But I must do something which reflects that I'm giving love to somebody. And I must, as I continue to give and I enjoy giving that love, then that love in me become deeply rooted, and it begins to supply me more love, and also it enables me to make good connection with the Supreme Soul. People will say God, I will say Supreme Soul. If I am positive, I am able to take more, I am able to take positivity from God as much as I want. My understanding is God is totally positive. How can it be that God also gets angry? No, God is totally positive. Because if the higher beings are negative, then who is going to cool them down? Therefore, no, the Supreme Soul, the only one soul among all the souls, he is beyond everybody and totally positive. And that soul is sending us positive vibrations. And if I am able to develop the positivity in me, I am able to feel the vibrations, and I am able to enjoy the vibrations and accumulate my vibrations. It's not that I accumulated a lot of love inside me and suddenly I get angry. It happens when you're learning, it happens. Suddenly I get angry and all my love is gone from inside. All the love run away. When I start giving life to anger, all my love and peace will run away. So therefore, I pay a lot of attention that I must not come into negativity. So from soul immunity, meaning to say the soul today, it is influenced by the negativity on the surface of the soul. But now that we know that there is positivity inside the soul, when I allow that positivity to come out, then the immunity of the soul increases, meaning to say the soul, that is I myself, I am more protected from the attack of anger, jealousy, or whatever negative things that people throw. I am more positive. And from a positive soul, soul immunity, to cell immunity, that is the body's immune power will increase, because now your mind is very, very powerful. Having said this, ladies and gentlemen, you know, you must have heard the word vibrations, no? Love vibrations, positive vibrations, negative vibrations. Vibrations mean energy. You know, a generous person, a person who's generous, always giving. Giving means in terms of always thinking positive, showering positivity on others. A generous person will have very high vibration. Even higher vibration is from a person who has gratitude. Appreciate everybody. Even a negative person, don't look at the negativity. See the other part of him and start appreciating. Anything you see, start appreciating. Appreciate even some wrong thing have happened. Appreciate that wrong thing, because things will not happen just like that. Things will happen for a reason. So I will say, as a reason this thing is happening, it's making me to think, it's making me to change myself. So gratitude has a lot more vibration, and love and compassion has much, much more powerful vibrations. On this note, I conclude my presentation and hope that all of you will take some time off in your life to invest on learning meditation, because as you see, the future is very challenging. The COVID has shaken the world leaders, and created havoc in every aspect, as it was discussed in this forum. Only a person who is internally very strong, when he sees things like this happening, he tells himself, let me maintain, let me sustain my spirituality, and not to allow my spirituality to decrease, because then my mind will become weak, because then my body will become weak, then I will become a slave. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and Om Shanti. Vanakkam. Can't hear you, can't hear.
Om Shanti Ramatha sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramatha sir, for sharing you in-depth knowledge and experience with our international webinar participant. I am quite sure that our participant will make use of this newly gained knowledge for their betterment of life. Thank you, sir, once again, and for sharing your views and opinions with our participants. Now, I request my colleague, Mr. Manoj Gawle sir, to introduce Dr. Atul Salunke sir, Principal of C.D. Deshmukh College, Roha, Raigad, Chairperson of this session. Over to Gawle sir.
Good afternoon, all the participants and viewers. I introduce this session chairpersons Dr. Atul Amsraj Salunke. He is a principal of C.D. Deshmukh College, Roha, Raigad, Maharashtra. His qualification is MA PhD in economics. He has a completed minor research project also. He has a teaching experience since 1989. He has awarded with Mother Teresa Gold Medal Award in 2013 and also 2 times awarded with Indira Gandhi National Award in 2011 and 2012. Now I request the chairperson to take the charge of session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Gavli sir, to giving the brief introduction. First of all, I congratulate to Karmavir Shantaram Bhau Kondaji Vavre, Arts, Science, Commerce College, Sidco, Nashik, Principal Madam, Shri Sonsakar Madam. Also, I give the congratulations to Nilima Pawar Madam because she is the main founder and main brain from behind this international webinar. I also congratulate to team, which is included Dr. D.N. Pawar, IQAC coordinator, Dr. Gadak Madam, Dr. S.V. Patil Madam, Dr. Ravindra Iris sir. And just listen now, the resource person, Lachuman Ramatha from Malaysia. He focused on different aspects. I like this aspect because he can focus first the negativity. How the person can away from negativity. He given the emphasis on the soul. Because we cannot be control the outside atmosphere, outside values, outside pressures. But he focus on, I can't do to control the outside. But if we can self-realize, self-actualize, then we can go toward the spiritual resiliences. He also given the more emphasis, power of soul. It is correlated with power of mind. So the power of mind can be converted into positive approach. He also emphasizes on simplicity. This is one of the aspects which is for give us the happiness. So simplicity, it is one of the tools to focus on happiness. So may I give the sincere thanks to Ramatha sir, because he can talk on the part of positivity. Because all word can reflect that the more and more negativity. And therefore, young mind also accept this negativity, it is the correct directions. So how can away from this negativity? So everywhere we can talk about the values and value education, but still we cannot be catch or we cannot be completed our target. So may I congratulate to the organizer to keep such type of topic which is given to positivity of the people. Because the role of spirituality in building up resilience, it is one of the way for thinking of a life is happy. So the spiritual resilience is found in the ability to sustain an individual sense of self and purpose through their beliefs, principles, values, and morals. These are the way, these are the one of the tools we can give the spiritual resilience. It is not only about how we recovering from adversity, but it is a helpful way to exercise the spiritual resilience is by cultivating gratitude and counting your blessings. Be thankful for what you do, have rather than focusing on what you are missing. Build optimization, build a positive thinking, and accept the past and focus on the future. When we can focus on future, ultimately, we can give the happiness to our life. So spiritual resonance, it is one of the way to able to take away from negativity. The main factor contributing on resilience, number one, having the capacity to make realistic plans. Number two, being able to carry out those plans. Number three, being able to effectively manage your feelings and impulse in a healthy manner. Number four, having good communication skill. And number five, having the confidence, your strength and ability, which is focused by Ramatha sir also in different way. He give the example of cancer. He can give the example of HIV/AIDS, how we can tackle, how overcome from this type of diseases. This is a situation. We learn from COVID, how we can tackle the COVID, how we can positively think, how I am responsible. So these are the factors can affect the spiritual resilience. I give the one quotation regarding from Dr. Ginsburg. He is the famous child pediatrician and human development expert. Proposed that there are 7 integrated and interrelated components that make up being resilience. So what type of 7? 7 C's. So we can remember that 7 C's. So which is the 7 C's? Competence. We have the competence about any target we can achieve or any aim can be decided. Number 2, confidence. We have the confidence. How we can build the confidence. Number 3, connections. Number 4, character. Number 5, contribution. Number 6, coping up. And number 7, last, the control, which is focused by Ramatha sir also, because of controlling ourselves. It is one of the way to contribute to your resilience. So this is this type of activity we can do. I know very well the all colleges, NSS program officers and volunteers, the positively tackle to the COVID-19. They are work for lot, not only work lot of things, but they also concentrate on spending their times, their brain, their skill, and their availability of skills. So these are the capacity can they devote for society. So when we can work for society, ultimately, we get the gain from the society as a happiness. We get the gain from the society, something can do, something can work and get the relaxation for the mind. And this is called as the spiritual resilience. So this type of work we can work during this pandemic, not only for the NSS volunteers, but the quotations can be given by the state government as my family, my responsibility. All the faculty member or fraternity would work for their society, work for their stakeholders, they work for their family. So when I protect my family, it is giving me the pleasure, because initially we can see the videos in social media. If we can enjoined 21. So we must be aware from COVID. So now I'm working in 21st. It means myself and my family can protect from COVID. This is one of the achievement for my life. So resilience is made up on basis of 5 pillars. So which are the 5 pillars? Number 1 is self-awareness. Number 2, mindfulness. Number 3, self-care. Number 4, positive relationship. And number 6, the 5 is a purpose. So these are the 5 pillars. On these 5 pillars, resilience is a belt, their spirituality. So when I talk about the self-awareness means actualization. Mindfulness means I'm talking about the soul and mind. Self-care means protection from the outside. Positive relationship means we can look for toward the all activity in the positive directions, and purpose is a happiness. So these are the 5 pillars. By strengthening this pillar, we in turn become more resilience. So resilience, it is one of the tool, and which will be the reflection by the spiritual. So the spirituality, it is come from the resilience through the happiness, through the soul, through the mind, through the directions. So resilience and the role of spirituality address the importance of spirituality in positive adaptations of adversity, often called resilience. Recognition of the significance of spirituality for a clinical and public mental health applications is growing. The rightly pointed out by Ramatha sir about how we can give the significance in spirituality, yet had often be the under recognizance. We cannot be wholly give the focus on resilience, but spirituality may provide the both valuable perspective on resilience and adoptions of resource for supporting that adoptions. As an environmental influence, spirituality expert itself at a personal and communal level through a number of associate constructed, such as self-efficiency, number 2, meaning, number 3, transcendence. When we can go for resilience, we require such type of thinking. On the whole, the research indicate that spirituality is a positivity or positively correlated with the health and inversely correlated with psychology. So when we can say for that, the spirituality, it is one of the way for create the positiveness, ultimately, which is correlated with the psychological behavior of a person. The thought of negative associations with spirituality may also occur. Due to the significance of spirituality in resilience, adoption, clinicalize, and publicly, mentally, we can strong or we can associate with public activity. Ultimately, we are encouraged to the people to support our external and internal environment. when we can provide the support to the society and society behavior also like the positively, ultimately inner and external both are go for the same directions. So the policymakers, may I requesting to them to encourage, to support the existing personal and communal spirituality strength in the promotion of well-being. So therefore, I'm congratulate to the college and college team, economics and commerce department also, to focus on the spirituality aspect. And they invite very good personality, Ramatha sir, which is given to focusing how the negativity can away from my mind, how I can protect from negativity. And therefore, I'm saying that is a good topic. Selection topic is a very nicely will be chosen, and a nice resource person can be inviting. And therefore, this is a one successful international webinar on the topic of COVID-19 and the effect or so maybe the policy about the government. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and invite me in the such beautiful and brainstorming sessions. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity. Thank you, Ramatha sir, for giving moral support and positive approach to us. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you, Dr. Salunke sir, for guiding us with your kind words on this occasion of international webinar and for chairing the session and also spare time for our international webinar. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. Ramatha sir and Dr. Salunke sir also. Now I request my colleague, Ms. Revita Jadhav, to express vote of thanks for the third technical session of this international webinar. Over to Revita Jadhav.
Good afternoon. It's my honors and express vote of thanks for the session. The topic covered by the resource person, Mr. Lechuman Ramatha, about the role of spirituality in building religions was really changed the perceptions towards religions to its help our views and participants a lot. Thank you so much, sir. I also thanks to Dr. Atul Salunke, sir, for precisely the conducting the session and guidance our participants of views. Thank you so much, sir. And over to you.
Thank you, Jadhav madam. Good afternoon and welcome again for the fourth and final session, technical session of this international webinar on global impact of COVID-19 on commerce and economy. The guest of this session is Dr. Manoj Bambu sir, Associate Professor, Government College of Commerce and Business Administration, Chandigarh, and the chairperson of this session is Dr. Namram Minarka Charu, Head of the Department of Commerce of Don Bosco College, Manipur, and Gauri Birari, the author. Another resource person of this webinar is the most dynamic person, Ms. Gauri Birari from HR Assistant, MSH International, Dubai also. So there are two resource person for this session, that is Dr. Manoj Bambu sir from Chandigarh and Ms. Gauri Birari from the Dubai. Okay. Now I request my colleague Professor Ravindra Ahire sir for the introduction of Dr. Bambu sir and Gauri Birari.
Good afternoon, all of you. I welcome all in the fourth session of this international webinar. I am introduce the most eminent personality, resource person of this webinar, that is Honorable Dr. Manoj Bambu sir. He is Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Government College of Commerce and Business Administration, Chandigarh. His qualification is MCom PhD. His teaching experience is about 20 years. His famous book published in India, his name is You Deserve to Conquer the Worlds. His total 26 paper presented in national seminar and nearest 10 paper presented in international seminar. He is life member in Indian Accounting Association and Management Association. He is going to talk on impact of COVID-19 on economic policies and strategies, this topic. With this introduction, I request to respected sir to start this session. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. रविंद्र सर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes sir, आ रही है sir. Start करो आप session.
And let me share the PPT first, then we will start. Is it showing? Right. I think my video part is missing.
Sir, PPT is visible, sir. Start your lecture, sir.
Okay, okay. So, good afternoon, gentlemen. And at the outset, I am thankful and grateful to Dr. Ravindra Ahire for my introduction. And he reminds me the days when we shared 1 month together during our Republic Day Parade Camp in 2019. So this is the last and 4th session, and I have to share it with one more scholar, so I have to be brief. So I will be skipping some of the slides, and I will talk in detail in some of the slides. So everybody knows we faced COVID-19 from the March 19 onward in India. We are in the lockdown stage, and it is declared a pandemic throughout the world, and 225 countries and territories have reported cases of COVID. More than 11 crore cases reported worldwide, and 24.5 lakh people died due to COVID worldwide. Highly developed economy of US was worst hit by the COVID-19 and reported 2.76 crores cases, whereas in India, we are having 1.09 crore cases reported till date. And even we have 1.5 lakh lives lost due to the COVID-19. So India used a different strategy of total lockdown for 21 days first. Then the lockdown was extended for 4 times, and then opening up of the economy was done in phased manner. So what was there in the minds of our leaders when the COVID pandemic was spread, because colleges and schools were locked down and they were empty, railway coaches were empty, so they used those assets as isolation wards and isolation center for COVID patients. Largest producer and supplier of hydrochloroquine that was found to be effective in the very beginning, a remedy for the COVID cases. Then we did the lockdown, we have travel restrictions. The medical and health system is gradually gearing up to take up the new challenge. And different kind of startups, they provided us with the PPE kits, masks, and other items related to the COVID cases. Then what was the weakness at that point of time? Lack of testing kits and relief materials was there in the very beginning. Import dependence for the material like testing kits and PPE kits. We were totally dependent on imports. Lack of awareness among the specific sections of the society. Then psychological barrier about isolation. Everybody was thinking that they are isolated in their homes, and there are cases when police were beating people going outside their home, but still people were going outside. The people fear the quarantine conditions, and poor, because our ranking worldwide is 135 out of 195 countries as per UNDP Health Index, and high incubation period ranging from 1 day to 14 days. That was the case. Our doctor-patient ratio is not very favorable. Hospitals bed, we have just 0.7 bed for 1,000 people, and only 40,000 ventilators were there in the beginning. But we created infrastructure for catering to the COVID cases. And we have created a robust third tier structure to become the world leader by setting example. That was the chance for us, and we have used that chance. Development of standard operating policies and procedures that we can do. And we have developed 2 vaccines, whereas there are countries, advanced countries, coming together for say a single vaccine, and 4 or 5 countries are coming together. And we involved large number of startups and MSME for supporting the government. But what are the threats? Failure in contact tracing, that can be a threat, but our IT people, they developed an app for tracing the people, tracing the contact of COVID people. Then coronavirus has attained level 3 of the epidemic, that is community transmission stage. So in India, we have community transmission stage in certain pockets of the country only, not the whole of the country. Then breach of lockdown protocol and social distancing norms was the real problem that our administration has faced. Then increased chances of spread of infection in poor population, because India is a country where a large number of population is poor, as data is given by my previous resource person. Then dwindled economy and overall growth of the nation, that we have negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters for economy, and one was 23.7% and another was 8%, around 8% negative growth. Then impact of stock market as well as the global, national and local trade. In April, we have seen stock market going down, but due to certain policy framework, now it is at the peak, and now government can think of some of the PSU to be demonetized. Immediate impact. There is 5.2% contraction is expected in world GDP in 2021. Advanced economies are projected to shrink by 7%, whereas emerging economies are projected to be shrink by 2.5%. And even Indian economy is expected to shrink by 7.5% for this year. 25 million jobs lost worldwide due to COVID-19, as per the estimate of United Nations. Significant reduction in income, rise in unemployment, and disruption in the transportation, services, manufacturing, and industries. So these are some of the data that I want to share with you. Then how the policy framework for mitigating the impact of COVID-19 crisis, because three situations were there: flattening of the human suffering, then human suffering was worldwide, and people were dying like anything. Then the recession is everywhere, and then bankruptcies and closure of business is also there. It's a worldwide phenomena. And we have to arrest these three phenomena throughout the world. And these can be done with the help of health and social protection. Collaborative effort among the countries are required for developing the COVID vaccine. And that is gracefully done by the countries. Monetary and fiscal policies decision, then financial and regulatory policy decisions were taken by various governments and even by Indian government, and data was given by one of my colleagues, Dr. Kanwaljit Kaur. So I'm not going to repeat those data. This is the slide I want to share with you that is given in our budget this year by our finance minister, that while GDP growth will recover, but lost human lives cannot be brought back. GDP can recover, and that's why our government has decided to do the complete lockdown. Calibrated demand side policies push and accelerator only when the brakes are removed. Government is coming ahead with a large number of initiatives, and we are having 2 good vaccines, and that is effective, and a large number of people around the world is getting benefit out of those 2 vaccines. Then India focused saving of lives and livelihood, took short-term pain for long-term gain. अदरवाइज क्या होता कि मुजफ्फर रजमी की वो लाइन मुझे याद आती है, ये जब्र भी देखा है तारीख की नजरों से, लम्हों ने खता की थी, सदियों ने सजा पाई है. उस सिचुएशन से बचने के लिए our government has taken certain decisions, though initially that was not taken by the public properly. And that's why in some of the pockets of the country, there are large cases of coronavirus. And I think Maharashtra, the host state, that has faced about 45% of the total cases that come up in India. But COVID has established supremacy of our Indian culture. Everybody is doing namaskar instead of shaking hand and hugging, and that kind of thing has been observed throughout the world. And everybody thought of taking care of nature, because everybody is saying that we have played with the nature, and that's why nature has bestowed upon us this kind of pandemic throughout the world. And the supremacy of vegetarian food, the number of deaths per lack of COVID patients, you can find that vegetarian people, they have less morbidity rate. Then Indian spices has saved large number of people from getting caught with corona pandemic, and we have certain kadhas that have prevented us from getting corona infection. Then washing hand, feet and face before entering to our houses, that was our old system, and now everybody is vouching that this is the best way to avoid the viruses to be brought back from outside to the homes. Then funeral rites, when we cremate our people by firing. So that has been followed by the societies which otherwise doing different type of cremation. Then yoga and pranayam has been practiced throughout the world to avoid coronavirus and to instill our immunity, to boost our immunity. Then chanting of mantra and meditation from the morning till now, we are listening different people, different resource person, that they are giving us this mantra that we should at least do morning meditation and evening meditation, so that we can start our day in a positive note and we can end our day in a very positive note. Then community food, langar, that we are providing, especially the Sikh community throughout the world, they have provided langar to different people who are needy due to pandemic. They have lost their jobs, they have no food, their family members were killed. So the langar system that our gurus have created for this country Corona has shown to the world that this is one of the best systems that we can create for community living. Then simple living and high thinking, and then Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We have manufactured vaccine, and we are providing vaccine to our neighbors also. And some of the part of vaccine we have given it free, because we know that if there is problem in our neighborhood, we cannot live in peace. So these are some of the positive things of Indian culture that has been established throughout the world during this corona pandemic. Now I will tell what initiatives we have to take at individual level, and what initiative we can take at group level, and what initiative we can take at governmental level to make our country strong again, to boost our economy. So first of all, stop praying, start praying Bhagwan. Yahan pe Bhagwan, I want to explain. Bha stands for Bhumi, that is earth. Ga stands for sky, that is space. Va stands for Vayu, that is air. Stands for Agan, that is fire. And Na stands for Neer, that is water. These are the 5 basic elements that we human beings are polluting. So if we will not stop playing with these elements, nature will kill us, nature will stop us. Nature has just given a warning signal through this corona pandemic that we have to take care of these natural basic elements to survive, to sustain life, and to enjoy life. Then we have to take care of our health, not only our physical health, that mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health, but also our economic health, because a large number of people has lost their jobs, lost their stream of income during the pandemic. So we should have good economic health, good savings, so that we can sustain when these kind of difficult period comes. And not only we can sustain our life, but we can help other people to sustain life. Then we should have social health. During the corona pandemic, one term was regularly used, I think that is misused, that social distancing is required. This is not social distancing. The actual word should be used physical distancing. We have to stay at least 2 meters away from any person we are contacting, but we should not avoid social contacts, because when we meet our friends, when we meet our relatives, when we meet people, we meet neighbors, and we ask them how they are feeling, can I help you? That kind of interaction is required. So social interaction is very much the basic for the complete health of a person. Then political will, political health of a country, that is very important. If the government is very much active and taking proper decision and communicating those decisions to the public will follow those decisions. Some people make fun of that beating thali and clapping from their house, but that has very much emotional positive impact on the people. When large number of people, they are clapping from from their houses, and they were waving to each other after certain number of days of lockdown. So that was a very emotional kind of thing that our government has planned. And then religious health, where we can do certain meditations and certain kind of practices. But here I will say that spiritual health, where we can say right things at any form and every form, that is very important. So we have not only to take care of our physical, mental, and emotional health, but also our economic, social, religious health also. Then take pride in yourself. Here I have explained the pride fully. Pride is have positive thoughts. Situations, they may come. Situation don't have any emotions. We give emotions to the situations. So when I am the giver of emotion, why should I give negative emotion to any kind of situation? I should give positive emotion to each and every situation that I have to face. And when I give positive emotion, it will become very easier for me to face those kind of things. Then rigorous activity, don't stop. Though corona in the lockdown period, we were locked down in our houses, but people never stopped. They start learning different kind of things. They start expressing their views. Some people start writing things. Some people start doing things. Some even families, they start preparing different kind of foods they have never tried for a large number of days. So then inner peace is required. I don't want to explain inner peace after listening to Ramatha sir in the previous session, but inner peace is the core of your pride. and determination. Situations may come, situations may go. The person who is very determined to get to the goals that he set for himself or herself, they have pride moments in their life and eliminate all kinds of fear, because fear can be eliminated by focusing ourselves to be the souls. And in Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna has already said, told us that you are the soul and you cannot be distracted. Fire cannot burn you, water cannot wet you, and air cannot take you away, and sun cannot वो धूप आपको सुखा नहीं सकती है ना. तो so if we are soul conscious, we will not have any kind of fear. We will become fearless, and we will. But when you are soul conscious, you always remain action oriented. You are the author of your deeds. You are not author of the result, and there may be different kinds of result. The situation can happen, in a situation like Corona, nobody has expected just 15 days before the real situation. So situation may come. There may be 4 kind of results. Sometime expected, sometime more than expected. Nobody has problem in expected and unexpected, more than expected result. But sometime the results may be less than expected, or sometimes the results may be opposite of expected. We were expecting growth in the economy, but now we are facing the problem of contraction of the economy throughout the world. So we have to take all these results with Prasad Buddhi, as said by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Then initiatives at group level, feeding the needy. Corona has given us a chance to rethink that if we are getting good food, getting good clothes, having good cars, but our neighbor, he is not getting food even. So it becomes our duty to feed the needy people and take care of people at emotional level. Our own elders, they are there in our houses, and sometimes we don't talk to them. So we should, Corona has given us chance to sit with those people and have heart-to-heart talk. Switch to the organic agriculture, because synthetic fertilizers, synthetic pesticide that we are using, that is giving us disease. And we should have proper grading of food items, and that grading should be mentioned in the on the face of the packet, that what kind of food items you are consuming and what kind of adult chemicals or fertilizers have been used for those food items, because it has a direct impact on our immunity to fight with any kind of diseases. Then neither accept nor do the adulteration in food item. In India, if we can come out with these kind of situations, we will surely be the world leader. Then keep digital social contacting for boosting morale of the fellow being. It is very important. Then adapting the social changes in new normal, that now everybody knows that we have to wear the face mask and have social distancing, and we don't have to shake hands with the persons. We have to do namaskar like this only. So these are the new normals after the Corona throughout the world, not only in India. Then strategy to recover the economy, education based on Indian culture, that government has come out with the new education policy, that our education should be scientific in our own language initially, and based on research and development. And so the speedier we can switch to new economic policy, new education policy, better it is for the country as a whole. Invest heavily in health infrastructure. And when I say health infrastructure, it should be both preventive health infrastructure and curative health infrastructure, not only the hospitals and but also the sports complexes where people can take good care of their health. Then upgrade the logistics, rail, road, water, and air transport. We have to upgrade it very soon and very fast. And government is doing it with very firm actions. Then integrated development of water resources, that is the key for the development of agriculture of our country, because India is a vast agricultural economy, and we face drought problem in some part of the country, whereas we are facing floods during the same period of the month of the year. So we should integrate our water resources and manage them properly. Then green and clean energy with mass participation is the key to boost the economy further. Then I have already said that we have to promote organic farming so that we can get good food, so that we have good immunity. Then digital governance, though government is doing a lot, but still a lot is to be done for converting each and every aspect of our governance into digital mode, where a person can get each and everything from the home itself by clicking certain buttons and get the work done. So faceless income tax returns that government has declared is one of the key initiatives that government has taken during the lockdown period. Then heavy investment in research and development. When we invented 2 vaccines during this period, that was the need of the hour. We invented certain more thing, that PPE kit that was not manufactured in India. Now we can export PPE kit. Ventilators, we have a large number of companies and even IITs, they have come with new kind of models of ventilators that are very cost effective and easy to use. So now we can even supply ventilators to different countries. And in short, we have to go in for Atmanirbhar Bharat in a real sense. Government is giving this slogan that we need to go Atmanirbhar in manufacturing sector, but we have to be Atmanirbhar, but we have to take care of the whole world. Vasudeva Kutumbakam is our ancient kind of thing, and we have to follow those cultural things, and we have to show the world that India is real guru, real hero, real benefactor of the whole world. Hope we will win fight against COVID and we will come stronger very soon. This is all about from my side. I thank the organizers again for giving me a chance, and thank you, Ravindra, for giving me the chance to talk to the people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hope I have not taken much time.
So you will complete within the time. So I request our next resource person. I am introduced to another resource person of this webinar that I am that the most dynamic personality, Miss Gauri Birari, HR Assistant, MSH International, Dubai. Her qualification become MBA in Human Resource. She is going to talk on impact of COVID-19 on economic policies and strategies. With this introduction, I request to her start this section. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for introducing me. I just would like to share my PPT here. Just give me a minute. Fine. I hope everyone can hear me and can see my PowerPoint presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank principal, faculty, organizing committee of Karamveer Shantaram Bapu, Kondaji Vaure, Sidco College. I also would like to thank you, honorable guests, speakers, viewers, and listeners of this webinar. I would like to specially thank you, Mr. Rajendra Hire, sir, to provide me this opportunity to speak here. This is my first time to talk on this platform. So I just would like to give sincere apologies if I have not taken anyone's name or I have a mistaken pronunciation, something wrongly or grammatical mistake, and lots of ers and thers in between. Sorry for that. Today, since morning, this session has started, and I think a lot of speakers spoke already on various topics worldwide, mostly on Corona, the impact of COVID-19 on various sectors, tourism, economy, health, education, because COVID has impacted everywhere, all over the world. Since past few days, since past 1 year, you all be seeing this Corona picture and these two words, COVID and COVID-19 and Corona. And somehow everyone's life is rotating with these two words. Everyone's life is got affected by these two words. And of course, there are some positive and negative impacts everywhere. So today I will be talking about impact of COVID-19 on employment, basically in UAE region, because I stay in UAE last 13 years. I have been working here in HR profession since past 8 years. So I can give little bit or I can highlight few points regarding UAE, how COVID-19 has impacted on UAE basically. So here will be contained, there are contents of the slides, COVID-19 in UAE, major takens by UAE government and during pandemic, current situation in UAE, impact of COVID-19 on employment, especially at workplace, institutions and organization, companies, everywhere. And what can be the future developments for this, to handle the situation, to handle this pandemic and to cure this disease completely, so that we can live life again full of with energy and basically back to the normal. Yeah. So I will move further to the main slide with the COVID-19 in UAE. It started in UAE since 29th of January. And the first confirmed case was, that was the first confirmed case basically. After 23rd of March, UAE government shut down all the malls and everything for almost like 2 weeks. Metro stations and everything was completely shut down during that time. People were maintaining social distances. Somehow the UAE is a very small region, so in comparison of India, so it is very easy to keep control other than countries like India also. It is very difficult to have a control all of this situation in India, but quite easy in UAE. And I would like to specify one thing here, that UAE government has taken good initiative to overcome the situation, to handle the pandemic overall, because various nationalities people stays here. Around 250 nationalities stays in UAE. So they have to take care of everyone. Mostly people are working on the employment visa. So whatever it will affect, when we say about employment, it affect directly to the employment and their visas, their jobs, salaries, their families, and everything continuation. So to prevent spread of COVID-19, last year, first of all, they seized all the borders. They close all the aviation and air flights basically, and they close all the public transport inside the city or a country. All the trams, metros, taxis, buses, they all were closed during at that time, so that the social distancing will be maintained and people will be free from all this gatherings and coming together and spreading this viruses to your loved ones, your relatives, friends, and everyone. That's how they have cut down everywhere. They have cut down whenever there are the possibilities to spread the virus basically. So what are the measures we are talking about? The UAE government has taken entry requirements to Abu Dhabi. First of all, while if you are traveling to Dubai to Abu Dhabi or Abu Dhabi to Dubai, you have to give compulsory the PCR test. Unless and until you have a PCR test result, you cannot even go from one Emirates to one other Emirates. You cannot travel. Because of this, so many cases are, came down. So this is the history basically, that UAE had maintained their low cases in COVID, low number of death cases and tragedies. That's how, because of these all measures successfully taken over and followed by people also, they can achieve this kind of a target basically. So the next measure is taken, that updates on the UAE visa and amid COVID-19, because of pandemic, most of the sectors are they have affected, because mainly the big companies they have redundant. We have heard in the news that almost 600 to 800 people have redundant during one day from the big companies. I don't want to take the name of these companies, big companies, because there are certain protocols here that we need to follow when we stay in this kind of a country. So I would not like to share those names of the companies, but there are really very big companies have to take this decision, harsh decision, you can say, that they have to redundant people, and most of the SMEs are closed down. Small companies, they were running, Indian companies, Asian companies, Africans, they had to shut their businesses because of that. So that's a lot of unemployment generated because of this reason. So when you stay in another country, you will have to have a employment visa. So when so many people lost their job, the problems start coming to on the visas. So I work also in HR company. We have been taken so many measures to do what to be done on this visa part. Government was so UAE government was so liberal to provide whoever lost their jobs, or whoever because of the situation got affected, their visas were extended by 31st of December. So from the March 2020 till December 2020, whoever's visa was getting expired or they were under renewal, they have automatically or systematically updated till 31st of December 2020. Plus the visit visas, so many people came on a visit visa and they have stuck here. So many relatives and parents have come and they stuck here. So for those also, after even visa expiration date, they can stay here and they can extend their expiration dates till 31st of December. Later, from the beginning of this year, in the January month, everything was started smooth, opening smoothly, and all the offices started open. So that's how later on people can move. Flights also started. So there was not problem much faced by people during the starting of this year, basically. But last year, when there was the crisis, patients, the number of cases were increasing. At that time, these measures were taken, especially by UAE government, and which is really recommendable, because a lot of huge cost is involved in visas and all those things. Entry Recovery Management and Governance Committee, they formed a National COVID-19 Crisis Recovery and Management Governance Committee to help to needy people who are stuck here, who came on a travel and tourism basis, who came just to explore UAE. So they stuck here. For them, they have formed this committee so that everyone can go back to their home country safely and see their relatives. National Disinfection Program. We have been seeing that this program was conducted during the lockdown period, when India, everyone was locked, the borders were locked during that time. Here in UAE also, they have been followed the lockdown timings from evening 6 o'clock to morning 8 o'clock. During this time, they used to do their disinfection. So a lot of sprays, or they used to spread all over the roads and the streets and everywhere, so that it can be the impact of COVID will be a little bit restricted. The law to regulate strategic stock of food and commodities. This is very important topic, because as you all know, UAE is in a desert country because of lack of agriculture here. There is a lack of poor barren land and poor this thing, because of all these things, agriculture is very less in this country. So the country is depend upon the import from other various countries, especially food, fruits, grains, medicines, and other amenities, the other important amenities. So the country is depend upon all these resources. It is basic necessity for everyone, basically. So they have formed this committee also to regulate the stock of the food and fruit and all the other necessities and the commodities. Vaccine against COVID-19. Of course, from January 2021, the vaccine is introduced, and Sinopharm is giving to everyone mostly. Pfizer is not available as of now. It is available only for the people who are age above 60, and mostly the medical workers, nurses and doctors. It is given to only to those people, but Sinopharm is available to everyone. It is open to everyone, can take appointment and get vaccinated. This Mohab's virtual doctor, the Ministry of Health and Preventions Committee, they have virtual doctor as a service, because in case, God forbid, if you are tested positive, so they have you cannot go out, you are home quarantine, so you cannot go out in this case. If your health is deteriorating or you need any medical help or any advice from doctor, the virtual platform is created to everyone, so that people can seek doctor advice, they can talk to doctors. And from the DHA, doctors were available, the Dubai Health Authority, the doctors were available to advise everyone. The current situation in UAE Arab Emirates is total coronavirus cases since last January 2020 are 3,70,425. There are minimum deaths 1,125, and recoveries are 3,59,697. Now, this is the main topic where we have come here, the impact of COVID-19 at workplaces. Of course, as I mentioned before, many blue collar and white collar people who have migrated to UAE just for work purpose, they have redundant, they have lost their jobs during this pandemic. But still, those who are working, who are still working, they have the companies have the companies, various companies here, they have a very good plan to the good plan, as you can say, as a business continuity plan, so that even employees are working from home, they can work efficiently and their work will not get disturbed, and the responsibilities should carry away smoothly. So this was the plan. We also in our company initiated when there was a complete lockdown situation. What are the things we had to plan before the lockdown started? I'm going to talk about these few points on that. Basically, what are the planning and what are the things you need to organize basically as a company or as an institution, that everyone will have their own system and they can work from home. So we used to have various meetings for business continuity plan before we just start lockdown. We made sure we have run through a survey that where we check that every employee has laptop, they have all the system in their place, they have proper Wi-Fi connection without interruption on, and we have to even make sure that everyone has the system where they can open, because during this situation we have faced, as a company, we have faced a lot of malfunction and frauds were going on. A lot of people were working from their home, so they were connecting through their own Wi-Fi or private Wi-Fi system. So because of that reason, lot of malfunctionings and frauds were happening. So to protect that, or to just come to a conclusion, to come for a solution, they have given we have provided all the employees the keys, the security keys, which has a unique passcode which is generated just for one. It's like a OTP, one time password. It is generated there on your system, and then you can log on. So that way we somehow try to control, and everyone, whoever sitting, they can work smoothly. Sanitization and disinfection of office premises. Whenever we find any person positive or any employee positive, here, according to DHA authorities and building management of the premises management people, we have to inform them, and they will come and they will do properly sanitization and disinfection of the office premises. So this is some few protocols also, as a company and as a citizen we need to follow. This is a best actually option that we can minimize the risk for all other employees, at least whoever are coming, because after October, slowly we have to started people who coming at work, but there is still restriction. Few offices, they have still taken 20 or 30% few offices, 50% occupancy is there. So based on the requirement and the operations and the industry, company used to take their own decision to do this. So sanitization and disinfection is very good part when someone gets positive, at least, because the person will be using other premises also, say restrooms, say pantries and other printer areas and all. So everything should be disinfected and it should be sanitized properly. Providing masks to employees. This is how we can, this is how we have initiated in a company, that, providing masks to everyone, so that make sure that whoever are coming and entering in the premises should take care and take care and maintain social distancing also, and wearing mask and sanitizing themselves is the key actually during this situation. As everyone know that the COVID-19 and this pandemic situation taught us many things. There are pros and cons also to this situation. All these slides we talk about what are the problems faced, and how we measure or how we have taken over or try to conquer this situation. But there is a positive side also to this situation, to this pandemic situation. This positive side says that you can work from home. There is no need to go to office and use office electricity for hours and use and pay high rent on office premises. There is no need to do this, because I have seen most of the companies are practicing Zoom call, Zoom meeting, or Microsoft Team meetings to do the conference calls. So people sitting at any corner of world or any place of the world, and they can work from home. So I think after this situation, after whenever we will come out of this situation, we will be start using this as a tool, that most of the companies will have their work from home culture. More use of technology, like online payments and virtual meetings. So people have learned now to use more technology, how to do the things without even being present there. For example, in India, people are still queuing in banks for doing transaction and everything. But now, after this situation, now I think everyone learned how to do online payments, and online banking systems are available. Other online payment systems are available nowadays. So this is quite a positive thing that people now learning. That way we can have less usage over paper, less usage on other less important things, I would say, that will contribute to environment later on. Not now, but gradually we will see the impact of all these habits, what we have been facing through now past 1 year. This habits will give us a fruitful impact in near future based on environment. I feel I strongly feel like that. Then, as I said, usage of software platforms such as Microsoft Teams and Zoom. I mentioned that earlier. People will start using more now for handling meetings from one corner to another corner of world or any country. So this is much better platform that everyone can start using frequently. And minimum utilization of resources. As I mentioned before, minimum utilization of resources. When we go to office, we unnecessarily print many papers. It causes to the destruction in environment. More use of electricity when we go to office. So most of the times electricity is in high potential, the electricity is used. So we can slowly start adopting this kind of changes and try to help and contribute in environment. Try to be more green side, and no need to just be in this whatever we have earlier habits of doing the things. So that's all from my side. I hope I could explain you all the situation of UAE during pandemic and COVID-19. I would like to thank you again to all the team and organizing committee to give me this, to share this platform with me, and to give me a chance to speak on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gaurav Madam. You give such a nice experience share with us. So this session, chairperson, I am introduced to this session, chairperson of this session, that's most dynamic personality, Dr. Namram Minorika Chanu, ma'am, HOD, Department of Commerce, Don Bosco College, Manipur, India. With this introduction, I request to her conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope my voice is audible to all.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. So good afternoon to everyone present here. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Srimati J.D. Sunkaskar, Principal of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj's Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Kondaji Wavare Uttamnagar, and all the members of the organizing committee for organizing such a relevant, needed topic of the hour, global impact of COVID-19 on commerce and economy. And I also would like to thank the organizing committee as well for giving me an opportunity to chair this session on the impact of COVID-19 on economic policies and strategies. Here on this session, we have two speakers, Dr. Manoj Pambu, who has shared his opinion and has shown a clear picture of COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19 in India. Dr. Manoj Pambu has spoken or share lots of information related with the SWOT analysis of COVID-19 in India and the impact of COVID-19 and the policy instruments which are adopted by the government of India to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. And he has also shown the initiatives which are required at the individual level and the group level. And I also would like to thank Dr. Manoj for sharing realistic strategies, for showing us realistic strategies to recover the contracted economy. Thank you, sir. And our second speaker was Ms. Gauri Birari, HR assistant. And Ms. Gauri has successfully shown us a clear picture of COVID-19 in UAE in such a short span of her presentation. I really would like to thank Ms. Gauri for showing us the impact of COVID-19 in UAE and the different measures which are taken up by the government of UAE to cope up with this COVID-19. And I would like, as we are running short of time, as we are way behind the scheduled time, I just would like to share some of my opinion. I'll try to keep it very short. We have seen that during pandemics always affect economic life. COVID-19 has had a powerful impact on the national and the global economies, generating recession and possible depression. COVID-19 has had powerful negative effect on the Indian economy. Through this pandemic, we are able to see the existing problems much sharper, clearer, and visible. I would like to share some of the situations and circumstances related with economic conditions, which we observed during COVID-19 in India. So we have, during this COVID-19, during this pandemic time, we have observed that shutdowns and other steps to contain the virus. The government of India has taken so many steps. The government of India has done this lockdown and shutdowns at different levels to contain the virus, and which has led to economic collapse. GDP contracted sharply. And not only this shutdowns and this containment of virus, not only it affects the economic collapse, in order to cope up with this, we are also able to see monetary and fiscal policy responses were massive from the government side. So the government has introduced lots of monetary measures. For example, like RBI has reduced the repo and the reverse repo rate. And the government of India has, the Reserve Bank of India has also announced liquidity measures across 3 measures comprising long-term repo operation, a cash reserve ratio, and increase in marginal standing facility. And some of the fiscal measures which are adopted by the government of India, we can categorize it into 2: above the line measures and below the line measures. And these above the line measures includes the government spending, deferred revenues, and expedited spending, which focus primarily on the social protection and healthcare. For example, during this pandemic time, the government of India has given support through cash and in-kind transfers to lower income household, and like insurance coverage for healthcare sector workers, etc. And then below the line measures include these are the design which are designed to support businesses and businesses to shore up the credit provision to several sectors, which includes a production link incentive scheme, and giving higher subsidy, and ease of tax compliance. So these are some of the monetary and the fiscal measures which are taken up by the government of India as a response to this COVID-19. And during this COVID-19, we also observe now we in the economy of India is recovering, but the recovery has been only partial. We haven't recovered to the pre-COVID situation. We haven't recovered it yet, but we are recovering, and the recovery has been only partial, and the pace is very slow. And we are also observing that income inequality has arisen. So some of the rich people are becoming more richer, and some of the poor people are becoming more poorer than the previous level. So the income inequality has arisen, and without additional fiscal support, the recovery is at risk of stalling. And there are some policy implications which I would like to suggest or share. These are just some of my opinion, which I would like to share with all. The first suggestion, or the thing which I would like to share, is that more funds are needed to fill the state and the local budgets. Here, during this pandemic time, the state government and the local bodies, they have almost emptied out their budget to meet the urgent requirements of this pandemic situation. So we need more funds to fill up the state and the local budget holes so that we can recover slowly. And another suggestion which I would like to share is that continuation of the unemployment benefits are needed. We need to continue. So the government of India has given some unemployment benefits as well, like through MGNREGA and some other things. They have helped. The government of India has helped a lot during this pandemic situation, but we need to continue these unemployment benefits to a certain level so that we can help the people who are below the poverty line to stabilize their income. And we also required more relief for businesses that will be viable post-pandemic. And then we also need to take certain industry-specific measures, because certain areas of industry have been affected more by the pandemic than the other industries. So we need to identify what are the industries which are greatly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, aviation sector, tourism sector, retail sector, construction sector, they are profoundly impacted by these COVID-19. So we need to find out these profoundly affected areas, and we have to target them and give some specific measures for them to slowly recover and come back to the normal situation. And I believe that as long as the fiscal policy aim on disaster relief, fiscal stimulus, and limiting the economic scaring, then I believe that the Indian economy will start to recover. So with this, I would like to conclude my thoughts and opinion. And once again, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for organizing such a beautiful, relevant topic of the hour. Congratulations to the organizing committee. Thank you. I will conclude from here.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I am thanking to Dr. Manoj Bhambu from Chandigarh and Gauri Birari from Dubai for expressing their views about the impact of COVID-19 on economic policies and strategies. Both speech very nice and informative. Thank you very much. Then I also thanking to chairperson of this session, Dr. Namram Manoraka Chanu, for concluding this session. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, as a convener, it's an honor for me to offer a vote of thanks on the occasion of this international webinar. As we all know that as pandemic COVID-19 has impacted on various segments, and as per forecasting of economical intelligence, that impact continue furthermore. This impact make markets unstable. Through this webinar, we tried to understand what should be the financial move and strategic model need to adopt to retard the impact of COVID-19. We have been fortunate to have of the renowned identity from various areas from the globe. First of all, on behalf of Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Kondaji Vaure, Art, Science and Commerce College, IQAC, Faculty of Commerce and Department of Economics, here I hearty gratitude to all honorable resource persons for sharing their graceful thought and views with us on this webinar platform. I am thankful to respected BK Suman Didi from Rajasthan for expressing her views about the impact of COVID-19 on psychological behavior, and special thanks to BK Mrityunjay Bhai and Chair BK Pandya Mani Bhai, Director Values and Spiritual Education, Mount Abu, Rajasthan, India. I am thanking to respected Mrs. Shamina Pillai from Sri Lanka for focusing on turning threats to opportunity, what the pandemic has taught. In the pandemic situation, how spirituality act for the developing us resilience was well elaborated by respected Lechumanan Ramatha from Malaysia. I am thankful to you, sir. I am very much thankful to respected Dr. Manoj Bhambu and Mrs. Gauri Birari from Dubai for sharing information about impact of COVID-19 on economic policies and strategies. I am thanking to all respected chairperson, Dr. K.N. Bawle, respected Dr. Kanaljit Marwa, respected Dr. Atul Salunke, and respected Dr. Namram Chanu for smoothly conducting the respective sessions. I also express my sincere thanks to Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune, for permitting us to conduct this webinar. I express sincere sense of gratitude towards honorable dignitaries of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaja's President, Honorable Dr. Tushar Shewale, Sabapati, Honorable Sri Manikrao Boraste, Upasabapati, Honorable Sri Raghunana Ahire, Sir Chitnis, Honorable Srimati Nilimatai Pawar, Chitnis, Honorable Dr. Sunil Dikle, and all respected honorable managing member and honorable staff representatives. I also express my sincere thanks to advisory board members. I express special thanks to our college principal, Dr. J.D. Sonkhaskar ma'am, for her motivation, valuable guidance, and support for her guidelines to conduct webinar smoothly. I take this opportunity to thank all head of departments, teaching and non-teaching staff members who help our organizing committee directly or indirectly to make this webinar successful. Last but not least, I am thanking all participants and YouTube viewers for attending this webinar. With the permission of chair, I here declare that webinar is over. Thank you everyone for their presence. Participants are requested to submit feedback form on priority. Link for the same will send on WhatsApp group. Thank you once again. Have a nice day.